Alrighty. Good morning. Testing everything right quick. Seems like we've got good sound, not picking up extra sounds. Sweet. Okay, so today is going to be a continuation of last night where we were making the forever pencils, and some of the ones that I got through are right here. So I've got a mini one that's about 3.5 inches, and then I've got this one which is about 5.5 inches. And this is going to be specifically for my daughter and her graduation. It's going to be one of her graduation gifts, and she's going into the 6th grade, so you know it's still pretty simple to keep her happy when it comes to the gift giving. But yeah, that'll be what we're working on today. I have grabbed a couple more blanks that I'm going to be turning down to size. I was thinking about it last night quite a bit, and I believe that the size that I'd like to go for is about 4 inches for the actual base part of the pencil. So I think 4 inches is going to be about a good, it's going to be a very good length for all of this stuff. So when you add the other aspects of it, it'll make it so the eraser is, let's see, we're about 12 millimeters will be sticking out of the eraser end, which is 0.475 inches. And then for the actual lead tip, I'm using my calipers here to measure the length. The graphite tip will wear out over time, as well as for sharpening, but it too is about 12 inches, or 12 millimeters, I'm sorry. So overall, we're going to be looking at about probably an inch. It's going to add about an extra inch to the overall 0.9. We'll just round up and say that it's about an inch until we get to the exact measurement. So between the eraser and the other piece, I'll get a closer view of these again here in just a second, but just factoring in the overall length of the pencil that we're going to be making, it's going to be 4 inches for the blank, and then it's going to be an extra inch. So if and when you decide to make this, it will be just that. So what we're going to do is we're going to head over to the metal lathe view here, and I'm going to get to trimming down some of the blanks that I'm going to end up using for this project. All right, here we are. And here is also a closer look at the graphite tip and the eraser that we're going to be making the fit and finish for. Here is a sample one up close again. So we've got the eraser side and we've got the graphite side that we're going to be, we'll probably take this one to completion. It's about 3.5 inches, as mentioned before, and I am going to actually get this sanded and polished once I get a few more ready at that point. So that's what I'm going to be working on today. Feel free to ask any questions, and let's get busy. Here's a bunch of the little tips that I've got here. So these are really cool. They're threaded, so they're replaceable. And then, as mentioned in my description, they're not forever tips. They are long time tips. So otherwise they wouldn't sell the replacements, right? So we've got this. What we're going to do is we're going to get this turned on. All we're doing right now is facing the end, That way it's flush. And the other thing I'm going to be doing here in just a minute as well is going to be trimming it down to a more appropriate size. Good morning, Kevin. Thank you for being here. I took some time yesterday and looked at that Bauer lathe, and I think you made a good choice. Definitely think you made a good choice on that. It looks like it is pretty. It's got nice features. I can't speak to the fit and finish of it, but it definitely appears to have nice features when it comes to the variable speed, having the 1 horsepower motor on it, and then also the size. Man, that size is perfect. I was talking yesterday how I was talking about you know, a future upgrade potentially for me is the 1524 Laguna, but man, that is a good size. The was it 14? It's 14 or 15 by 20. But yeah, that I was looking at the features of that, and it's nice. So I bet you're happy with that purchase. All right, so here is something a little unconventional for. I would not consider myself a machinist, but I do use some machinist tools. Um, so this obviously is a drill bit. And the reason I'm using a drill bit is because when I'm trying to do when I'm trying to turn down a whole thing at one time, this is a spur center, but when I'm using it, it's too big. I can't really trim it down. You can see that, oh, the angle of this camera is really throwing me off here. All right, you can see that, you know, I wouldn't be able to go very far. So I use a drill bit. Like I said, I do it because it works, not because it's fancy or the exact type thing, which is also why I've got my disclaimer. Yeah, I haven't been super active on my Facebook, but let's see. I am in some of the other pin groups, but I don't have a Maverick Workshop Facebook. I don't think, but I do have another Facebook. See if I can get that in here. Will you type in chat my Facebook? My regular Facebook. Oh, I'm gonna have to get one made. It's all right. But I do have a Instagram. If you've got one of those. And then, you know, not to keep going about this drill bit here in my my jaws, but I got the biggest tips that I could. That way it would be able to take the disperse the biggest amount inside the blank when I'm turning it. Yeah, it's definitely a good note. I appreciate you discovering that. I need to get that linked up and everything as well. Let's see. Yeah, a nice Phillips head. But like I said, I'm not saying it's the way, it's just a way. But it's a way for me to quickly trim down. I can also take squares and get them turned down like that as well, which is pretty cool. I'll take this one here as well, and I can just round it out. Usually I take the wood lathe, or I take these squares to the wood lathe, and I do that so I can actually purposefully dull some of the carbide. I think carbide, when it comes, or when you get it out of the package, I find it to be too sharp, and it causes my turning to be a little bit more chattery, and I do not care for that. So I'll use when I replace the tips, I just round square blanks, and that's worked pretty well for me. So I'm not doing any precise measuring at this point, but we're going to get the lathe turning here. Got the everything locked into place. Pretty good. Get it going. All right. Usually I use a vacuum at this point, but that would be loud, so I'm going to forego a vacuum here. We're just going to do it by hand. I don't like it when it gets wrapped around the jaws, and it will eventually probably, but I'll avoid it as long as I can. All right, all the way to the end, and it didn't happen, so perfect. Awesome. Getting better. I think I'm going to go for about a 1/2 inch is going to be my target here. Maybe a little bigger. So what kind of projects have you done so far? Because that lathe is nice. It also looks like the tool rest is really nice too. Like it's not just iron. It looks like it was. It's got a um, steel surface across the top, which is really nice. The jet came with a cast iron one. Getting there. Ah, I heard it at the end. It kind of chipped. It's all right though. Ah, work's been busy. Yeah. Yeah, work's definitely a busy thing. Now, if you could do anything full time, what would it be? I ask because I know a lot of people, they sometimes think that they would like to turn for a living, but then when they actually get that opportunity, they don't care for it as much. I guess I'm one of the few that like it, so. I've been turning for 4 years now. I pretty much turn every day. And so it kind of seemed like a no-brainer to stream, you know? All right. Now you can actually see what that's going to end up looking like to an extent, which is pretty awesome. And then obviously there's the duller side. Shiny, dull. And this blank is 4 inches, but I trimmed it down probably an eighth or less off of each side. So pretty cool, pretty cool. We're gonna do a couple more here. That way we can get good use out of the configurations that the lathes are all in. So this one's almost there. I only need to take a little bit off of this one. Yeah. Everything locked into place. Pretty good. Have you at least gotten the lathe all set up yet in your workshop? Found a place for it and everything? That's another one of those big tasks of getting everything set up. And this is what I like to avoid, which is why I use the vacuum cleaner. Alrighty, well, we're good to go. Oh yeah, nice. a lot of those are really nice gifts. Really nice gifts for people. I will say, I don't know if you've heard it before, but some people, they try to, um, when they make razors, they do them out of wood, and I don't know why, because shavers typically get wet unless, I guess, that person dry shaves. But I would avoid using wood if you're going to make a if you're going to make a shaving set. Oh, nice. Yeah, 3D printers. I had the Ender 3 for a little bit, but then I couldn't print what I got it for, and so I pretty much just put it on the sidelines for a long time and didn't mess with it. Um, but yeah, I ended up changing the bed, and then for some reason it just didn't work out pretty much ever again. So I don't really use my Ender 3 anymore. Yeah, CA finish is definitely the way to go if you're gonna do that. But I still don't think it's the greatest thing to do. But I guess that's just my 2 cents on it. Do you have a filament 3D printer or a resin 3D printer? Because I was looking at some of the resin 3D printers. And they're actually not that expensive either. A couple $100, a few $100, something like that. All right. So we're going to see if we can use this to round it, or if I'm just going to have to stop it immediately here. Oh, you do have an Ender 3. Yeah. Some of the new resin printers have like an auto leveling capability, which I thought was pretty neat. I don't know how much of that is, gimmicky and how well it works or whatever, but I did actually make a few things on my Ender 3 that I still use in the workshop. I made a basically a little organizer. You may have seen it on my drill bits. I use it to organize my bespoke pin making setup. Yeah, CAD programs are tough. They definitely can be. You're trying to do your own design. Although, I'm not sure how familiar you are with like Chat GPT or AI narration of sorts, but I was able to get the the Chat GPT AI to write the code for something that I was trying to make. So I had to know the measurements, and then I had to be specific and tell it exactly what I wanted. But it actually wrote the code for it that I was able to import into the program, and I had all that, and then I just never bought the printer. So I've still got that, and maybe one day I'll get back to it. But all kinds of projects taking me every which way. Yeah, it actually, it surprisingly enough worked. Um, it was able to write the G code that you just copy and paste into. Again, it's been a little bit since I've done it, so you'd have to see. But ChatGPT, I'm pretty sure was free, and it was able to write the code. Um, but you could probably specify for which software and everything. AI is crazy. I don't think it's going to be replacing humans. We're more likely to get like a cyborg effect to where it's going to enhance human capabilities, not replace them. But you know, I'm sure everybody's got their own take on that. I think we're going to do one more pass on this, and then we'll probably be good to go. Um, how fast am I turning it? I think it's probably around. It's hard to say. I don't have a speed output, but if I had to guess, I'd say probably around 1800 to 2000, maybe. It was slower when I was doing the square part, because I didn't want it to like dig into one of the corners and then have the blank um, get locked on the cutter and then be spinning on that, the Phillips head, which has happened to me because I try to take too big of a bite when I do it. So I'd say this one's pretty good. Just need to face those two. I've got a few more. Now I might be able to do a bigger bite here. And these blanks are from originally a square, most of them. Actually, all of them that I've used so far. They're all from a square. Which I think you get the coolest looking effect from squares, but they're not. It adds an extra step and takes a little bit more time when you use a square. This is a really pretty big fight. Pretty deep cut. And then at the very end, it likes to, well, it likes to break the end sometimes. You can kind of see it chip the end right there. But it's not a problem for our purposes because I'm going to be tapering the ends anyways. But we'll make it a little smaller. Alrighty. There we go. I got rid of some of that. Like I said, it doesn't really matter that much because we're going to be tapering it anyways. So I've got a couple more that I've got to face right quick. That one, this one, this one, this one. Put this back over here. Alrighty. Yeah, there's so many cool things that you can turn and make and do on a lathe. That's one of the biggest attractions to it for me, really. But I've kind of gotten stuck at making all different kinds of pins. My favorite thing to do really is to take them and put my own spin on whatever it is, which is how I got to this whole forever pencil thing. Spent some time figuring it out, and then my kids, they all wanted one. My wife wanted one, so it's time to make them. For what it's worth, I don't know if you already have purchased a set of a Jacob's chuck yet, but if you are going to be swapping out bits frequently, I would definitely suggest getting a keyless chuck. Definitely will, over time, save you quite a bit of time. Alrighty. That one's good. Do this one next. Let's see. So I was going to ask you about the range on the lathe, the Bauer lathe. So when you're in the highest speed, what's the range, speed range? Well, keyed isn't the end of the world for sure, but it's just over time it will it'll take more time. I mean, the other thing about it too is you could get what's called a turret, which is kind of crazy too. Those are really weird. I don't think this lathe that I have is big enough for a turret. At least one that I would be able to effectively use. But yeah, a turret is basically, it's got something, it's got the end line, and then it has a part back here that can rotate, and then you can put different chucks and arbors, like the Morse tapers, like these things. You can put these into that, and it will be sticking up until you rotated it into the basically the use position. But yeah, I don't think my lathe has got enough space for that. But it's definitely a way to expedite, because you won't have to take the tool pieces out. Or if you're just doing batch work, you could probably just get a CNC if you really, really wanted to. But those are obviously very expensive. Slow as 50. Oh, that's really good. That's a really good range. That's one of the things that I really like about my jet, as opposed to my wife's lathe, the Turncrafter Commander, is that it has a big range. When I'm using the fastest speed belt, it's got that top end speed, but obviously it would affect torque. So if you're doing bigger projects, you definitely want to put it on a smaller belt. CNC, yeah. You know, when I think about like the math of a CNC from a business perspective, I kind of find it difficult to determine how I'm going to most effectively get my money back out of it. Because while it does the work on its own, you still have to babysit it and everything. And then if you're doing resin parts, you still have to sand and polish them. So it kind of go back and forth of like, well, is that good? Is that not good? And I still haven't come up with a good answer yet. Because I do have things that I could definitely use, or make with it rather. but that would require also taking a significant amount of time to figure out how to use it effectively in the first place. And thinking back to my 3D printing times, it was frustrating trying to figure all that out. Do I really want to take on a headache like that? I'm just facing these last little bits here. Let's see. I think we've done all of the pieces that I needed to here. It's just one more thing I've got to do, huh? And that is turn this one down to the size that we're gonna start turning on the wood lathe with. Alrighty. Are there any big plans for the summer? Got a beach trip that we go on every year with my in-laws. So that's always a good time, going on a beach trip with the in-laws. We get it, or they get it set every year. So if you want to get a specific house, you pretty much have to book it during your stay, so know what you're going to be doing in the next year. California heat. Oh man. Today here, East Coast, it's like 90 something percent humidity. It is crazy, at least today. It wasn't as bad yesterday, but it is so humid. But the sun's finally come out, and I think it's going to start reducing that humidity. Alrighty, so we're just going to trim this down to about the same size as the other ones. Alright, tailstock locked, and we're on. Oh no! 105? I used to live in Tucson, and that sounds like Tucson weather. That is not fun sounding. Pick up the pace on this one. The chip. Man, 105. No, I think there's a point for heat where it's just like, it's so dry and hot that it just doesn't feel hotter, even if it is. And I think that might be around 98 degrees. But when I was in Iraq, it would get 115 sometimes. I think it's even gotten to 120 while I was there. But it's, I don't know. I used to fly in a helicopter for what I used to do. And we would fly with the doors open, feet out, and it just feels like a hair dryer is blowing on your whole body. And man, is it, you're using the whole swamp cooling method in order to cool your body down. But, you know, it worked. And best thing to do is stay as hydrated as possible. But you also need to make sure that you are functional. Oh yeah, the sandblasting under the helicopter was very common. Also, where we would land sometimes, um, brownouts were pretty common because the rotor wash, the helicopter when it's coming in for landing, it would push everything around, and then that would cause that moon dust, we called it. It might even be called moon dust, but we called it moon dust because of how fine of almost a powder it was. That would end up in all kinds of nooks and crannies in your body that you'd be finding for a while. Even with our peltors or our ear protection on, we had over the ear earmuffs basically, and it was still in your ears because it's just blasting. You know, you look back at those types of things and you're like, man, that was a good time. I remember how much it sucked. But those are just the fun things that you remember. All right, I think we're about where we need to be. We'll do a one cleanup pass here. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It was a good time. I mean, it obviously has its ups and downs, but what doesn't? Nice, and we're good. All right, do a quick little cleanup right quick. Oh. Let's see. I guess. Dang. guess I got a couple more. Yeah, I was in the Air Force for 11 years, active duty, 3 years in the Guard, and there was a conflict with my civilian work, and then not being able to make the whole drill and ceremony weekend. I couldn't be a weekend warrior, unfortunately, so I had to, something had to give, and since one thing was paying the bills and the other one was not, the answer at the time was pretty simple, which one I had to go for. But yeah, it would take my other work would take me out of the country. I'd be traveling abroad and I'd be gone for a few months at the time, which was pretty fun too. Alrighty, so see if we can get some of this stuff out. Getting there. All right, so looking around, this is the last one before we're going to move on to the wood lathe here. Of course, you get stuff over there. The reason I'm doing it on the metal lathe is so I don't have to turn on the dust collection. Otherwise, I would have been doing this on the wood lathe. It's just weird to have everybody, or have the video aspect of it in silence. Because I haven't set up any music or anything. I mean, I figured it out, I just didn't get it set in place. California. There is a pin show, I'm pretty sure, in California that I was thinking about going to as a vendor. But I didn't make that trek. And I only started being a vendor last year. So, got 2 shows this year. 1 show was last year, and I'll continue doing pin shows as I guess as long as I enjoy them. Pretty cool community. different. It's a different kind of community compared to, I guess, like a craft show, because it's other people that are also selling a lot of vintage type of pins. So like the classic Mont Blancs and the other Parker and the Pilots and the things like that. So I think it was San Diego, but I could definitely be wrong. Yeah, I think there was actually a little bit of drama last show, too. I think there was somebody that came in and grabbed a whole bunch of stuff from some of the vendors' tables and was running off, because they do sell, like I said, the Mont Blanc Pilot, other nice brands, as well as a lot of makers, small batch makers. Yeah, yeah, crazy, crazy. And I think that some people are under the impression that the people that go to shows like that do it as a hobby and not as their primary source of income. Either that, or maybe they just didn't care, um, which I also find to be an unsettling reality. But it is what it is. Um, cool, a woodturners club. Um, I'm not sure what the woodturners club is going to be like in California, but typically, if you're going to a woodturners club, it'll probably be more like bowls and um, bowls, cups, plates, platters, like fruit bowls, which is a very different type of turning. Uh, but you know, a lot of it translates. So, but fountain pen, I would say fountain pen turning is very different than like the craft shows. The people that are at those types of shows are just generally different types of people, and obviously they're looking for different things. And craft shows are, on par with the bottle stoppers, the ice cream scoops, sometimes the rings, if you can get into that. Oh, cool, cool. Well, that's awesome. Yeah, a lot of people like the smaller things generally. Uh, I like the smaller things because I find them to be more complex, but they are They also don't take up as much space. And when you do sell something, if and when you do, it's um, it's small packaging, and it also doesn't take up a whole lot of space in your house, workshop, or wherever your storage would be for um, your inventory that you're building up. But yeah, if you figure out spindle turning, then you'll be able to do most pens. Um, yeah. I looked around at clubs that were near me, but I never ended up going to any. And it doesn't also doesn't mean that I won't ever, I just haven't. I like to take the route that's uphill, I guess. I like to do the things the hardest way I can think of. Do a cleaning pass right quick. And smooth everything out. There's a spot right on that green that might be troublesome. And it looks like it fixed it. Okay, awesome. Yeah, when you go to different wood turning groups, I've heard some good things about it, and then they also bring in some um, really skilled demonstrators in as well, which is another really cool thing about groups like that. So definitely can't go wrong hanging out with people of like-mindedness. There we go. Alrighty, looking good, looking good. Let me just do one more check of all these pieces and make sure I don't need to clean up any of the ends here. So some of the things I'm looking for here is I'm making sure that the drill bits that I'm going to use is going to be larger than um, the outermost bite of the Phillips head that I used here. So trying to make sure that this, like these lines right here, are small and will be cleaned up once I do the little bit of drilling that I need to for the ends. And at worst case, I can just take it off afterwards as well. But since everything is already set up for it, might as well hit it while I'm at it. But it'll keep the little pilot hole that I've got there, so which is good because we're going to be turning between centers on the wood lathe, and then I'm going to get the profile generally, and then get to like some sanding. Sanding's not super exciting, but it is something that some people have asked me to do a few times. So let's see. So I'm gonna mute the mic right quick. I'm gonna vacuum my mess up. All right, and we're back. Good enough. So we've got all of these right now, and these are going to look awesome. So we're going to be doing quite a few small ones. Thinking maybe the 4-inchers for an adult, and then I've got the 5-incher for maybe somebody else that would be interested, and then the 3.25 or so. But yeah, pretty excited about these. I think I'll be able to I don't know, maybe both my kids will want one. Who doesn't want something free? I don't know. I like free stuff. Usually. Alrighty. Get set up on the... Go over to the... There we go. All right, cool. Take a little break here for just a second. Very nice, very nice. Have you seen this material? It is the M3 material from Mackenzie Pensworks. This stuff is pretty cool. It looks really cool, and it's really simple to finish too. There's the pastes that you can get. I think it's a three-step polish that you can get with that, and it's really simple to finish. I probably overdid it when I was sanding. I probably didn't need to go as fine as I did on the grits, but these are going to be, well, this one rather, I've got it marked. I'm going to end up turning them into 2 different sections. I'll have to find the right blank to put that with on a pin. Yeah. Yeah. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool stuff. I've got a few of the blocks when he first did the release of it. There's also a golden one that I've got. This is, there we go. Here's the blue steel and the black and titanium brass. Switch cameras here so I can show you up closer. So So this is the brass one here, and then this is the blue steel. When I first heard the name of it, I thought of Ben Stiller from the movie with him and Owen Wilson. His like signature look. But yeah, this stuff is cool and really simple to work with too. I didn't notice anything crazy as far as anything weird when turning the material or anything like that. But yeah, and then I've picked up some other really cool blanks too. I don't know if you're interested in seeing any blanks, but they're really cool. I've gotten some micarta. I've got ebonite. I've got let's see. Yeah, I guess that's okay. I did. Actually, I did see that he is selling the resin that he uses now, and we also got some. So we bought a couple sets of it. We're gonna see if we like it, but I'm gonna do a switch to the other camera here once I gather up a few blanks. Oh. Oh man, might have to make one of those too. I definitely get excited going through some of this stuff and, you know, thinking about what it's going to be. But then I get stuck because I don't know what I want it to be sometimes. And sometimes I think I want it to be something, and then I want it to be something else. But back and forth. But as far as the resin goes, I don't have any comment on it right now. And once we do use it, my wife is the one that does all the resin pouring for us. But we've used Alumilite Clear Slow for the last 4 years. And so I think we got a pretty good depth of understanding because we've used it throughout the year in a non-climate controlled garage. So, and we make blanks every week. So I think we'd be able to have a decent opinion, at least when comparing the two, once we finally get some repetitions of using it in there. Let me go ahead and do this right quick. Hey, there we go. There's some light. Okay, we're going to go over to the other camera. All right, so have you heard of micarta? Micarta is a fabric that is interestingly patterned together. It's like impregnated with a whole bunch of resin. So basically what you do is you take, there's a lot of different ways to make it, but one way is to basically have small layers of fabric, and then you impregnate that fabric in resin, and then you push it down into a block. And then you just keep repeating that with the different colors. And then you can actually move the fabric around too. And then you crank it down to press all the resin that's not necessary out. And then you kind of end up with something like this. I probably didn't do a good job explaining it, but there's quite a few videos on it. It's probably not something that I will be doing personally, but that's micarta. The next one is, I've got quite a bit. I should probably actually use some. What am I waiting for here? Alrighty. And I do have a few more sticks in my Carta, but this here is called ebonite. So this is ebonite. So ebonite's really pretty cool. So this is like vulcanized rubber. Basically, you get rubber and you have to press it together super hard at a certain temperature in order to get it get different patterns and to make sure it doesn't have any bubbles, because as you know, if you fold something, there's a possibility that you can get bubbles, so you have to reach a certain amount of pressure and also heat to make sure that it's soft enough to squish all the bubbles out, which is pretty interesting too. There's actually somebody on Instagram that I have found that he makes some really cool ebonite rods that they're really awesome. But I think they range between I think they're around $75 a stick, which is kind of crazy. But you know, I don't really know the entire all the stuff that goes into making it in the first place. So some of these, they look pretty boring on the outside, but then when you look at the ends, you can see, like, you know, this one's got yellow, this one has some orange, green, blue, black inside, and this one's got some white creamy color looking inside, and this one's got obviously the blue, so that one's not that much of a surprise there. But yeah, this stuff is really neat, and these aren't too expensive. At least these aren't. But my kids, I made a pin out of it. I made a pocket pin out of it. I believe it was maybe this one. Let's see. My kids would ask to use it sometime. There it is. Here's my pen. I keep it out here because it smells like sulfur. It's rubber. So this is one of the pins that I made with it, and my kids called it my fart pin because it does have a sulfury smell to it, but it's not. It does fade away as far as the smell goes. It does seem to fade away, but it definitely takes some time. But yeah, this was pretty cool. I made a pocket pen, and this is what that one was. And then this is the one that I always carry. So I made another pocket pen. So that's the one that's always in my pocket. And then got my logo on there. But yeah, and I've made a few other iterations of the pens, of the pocket pens, and it's a good thing I have. And these aren't even all of them, but these are just some of the iterations that I've had over the time. And when we were talking earlier, I think maybe yesterday, we talked about single start versus triple start threads. And when I started, this is the single start here. That's a single start thread versus, let's see, this will be a triple, versus the triple start. You can see how fine the threads are, and then it's also more threads. So that's one of the differences there. And these are all Parker style pins. The refill. The whole pin was designed around that refill. And then this one just ended up offset. So I tried to make it a flush, but because I hadn't figured that part out yet, it never wanted to finish flush. And also there's probably a few more threads there that don't need to be there. And it looks like I've actually cracked that one too. That's all right. It's one of those things that just stays in my garage as a lesson learned kind of thing. And then this is the one that, you know, I was actually kind of proud of it initially. So as far as so this one I think was one of my first ones that I made that actually ended up a pocket pin. And then this one was the next gen. And then from that one, I created this one. And so this one I thought was pretty neat because it's got a nice long section to where it doesn't interfere with the threads don't interfere with your hand at all. And it has a nice meaty backside, and it's thick enough to where you're not really worried about crushing it. And then it did kind of finish flush. It's definitely not the best, but the next iteration was this one, which is when I finally got a triple start set. And this was my pocket pin for quite a while. I think I got a Fisher Space Pin refill in here. Yeah, this one was designed around a Fisher Space Pin ink refill. And is there something in there? No. But yeah, this one was designed around a Fisher Space Pin, which I definitely like this one. This one's nice and it's not too cumbersome in the pocket, but the section was a little on the shorter side to where you're holding the threads. So that's kind of a preference thing. If you like that, then maybe you'd like that. And I also was able to make it match up almost, which is pretty neat. So these are all my, well, not all, but these are the pocket pins that I've gone through a few iterations. And you know, that's kind of the beauty. Once you figure out how to do it, then you can just keep trying different things over and over again until you get it to just how you like. Let's see, I showed you the micarta, I showed you the ebonite. Now I will show you, we got some, oh yeah, I wasn't going to, but I'll show you this one too, because you've got a 3D printer. And this is something that quite a few people actually do, which is pretty neat. Sorry, I'll get it here in a second. You've got a 3D printer, and here is something really cool that can be done. So this is a twice casted blank. So what they did is they made basically a mold that has this black cutout on one side, so the whole back here is all one piece. So you make the first part, and then what you do is you flip it into another mold that is a completely empty cavity, and then you can fill it again with another color. I had made a couple things out of it. There's a video on my YouTube where I went and made the a candy cane. Well, I made a snowman, and I used the red and white one. Yeah, I made a red and white one, which is pretty cool. But yeah, this wouldn't be super simple without a printer. But if you look close, you can actually see the filament lines. I don't know if you'll be able to see it, but you can see the filament lines. And then he made the mold out of it. Yeah, it might have been him that I got it from. We definitely did not make these molds. Let me see. I've got it over here. There it is. Armand is who here we go. So this is what the mold looks like here. So you get the first set, and then you demold it, and then you flip it over, and then you pour the second color in that you're going to use, which is really, really neat. And it works out pretty nice. Oh, he's got new molds, huh? He actually, we reached out and asked him to design this one for us, because this was one that he wasn't making before, but he actually made it for us. And you know, we didn't have any issues working with him at all. He was pretty simple to work with, and I was glad that he saw it as an opportunity, and he used it as a way for him to create a new, I guess, model of mold. So yeah, this one was really cool. Let's see, I got a couple more blanks. So I'm sure you've heard of Fordite. So this is called boatite. So it's pretty much like Fordite, except it's from when they were painting boats, which is pretty cool. I got these, and I haven't used them yet. Typically, I'm hesitant to use a full stick of the Fordite or boatite because of how unforgiving it can be. Because these pieces, when you're turning, they like to catch and delaminate. Basically, they like to come apart. So a lot of people are like, just pour more CA on it, and that's not really my vibe. So we'll see what I can do. If nothing else, it was, one of those classes in college that I paid for that I didn't even need. And then we probably have a good few pounds of Fordite that we've casted. These are pretty neat. These are some blanks that were square that we already chopped up. Now, one of the things I will say that it doesn't seem like it's common knowledge, but when you are talking about the different Fordite, it doesn't seem like a lot of people know that it's possible that there's lead in the paint. So it's just one of those things to be aware of, that there could be lead in the paint. And as such, if you're going to be putting it on a pen, it probably should be sealed, like with some CA or something like that. That way it's not rubbing off onto people's fingers. At least that's the protocol that I use. All right, well, come on over. It's funny. I definitely, I definitely want to, um, have the opportunity for people to come and hang out and talk and turn and do all kinds of stuff like that. Uh, Obviously, hybrids. I'm sure you've seen hybrids, um, but we buy the burl. Uh, we buy the burl, and I've looked at processing burl, and that's just not something that I am overly interested in. So this is a really thick piece here. So I cut it to the dimensions, and then we put it into a HDPE mold, and then we cast it with some resin. Sometimes the moisture doesn't like it. Oh yeah. Yeah, don't want that getting into their hands, or especially from their hands to their mouth, because I know a lot of people put pens and pencils in their mouth for whatever reason. I'm not judging, just if you don't know what's on it or whatever, you probably shouldn't be putting it in your mouth. Anyway, uh, the burl is not local. Some of it that we use is the red mallee, and some of it, yeah, I think red mallee burl is primarily what we use. Um, Finding a big enough burl is pretty tough, and then you have to wait for it to dry. This one here is actually a local burl that I had. I don't really know the species, but I turned it ended up looking like a little dog bowl. But the goal was to make it, usable and have a little bowl. But we went for that. So I bought it on from Woodcraft. Woodcraft is where I got the burl, the big burl pieces, and they're kind of expensive. I think for that one, they're about $100. But if you're making pins out of it or making pin blanks out of it, you'll definitely, from a business perspective, you'll definitely recover um, from that if you're marketing how you should, or smartly. You know what I mean. So the last blanks kind of saved the best for last, because yeah, definitely could do that. But the best blanks for last. All right, so I'll show you I mean, in my opinion, the least cool of the most cool blanks first. So I've got this here, and man, that is crazy. Let me see if I turn off the light, if that'll help. It still looks wild. Huh. All right, well, I'm going to try another camera here in just a second. But we've got that one, this one, and this one. Yeah, this stuff is really, really cool. Yeah, I've got some decent chunks of that I've got a few ideas for what I'm going to do with it. I've had some people already ask, hey, you make me a fountain pen out of that? And yeah, I could, but I just have not gotten to that quite yet. Yeah, the colors are wild. Let's see if I can show it better here. That's a little better. The white just does not want to show at all. But yeah, these are really, really cool. Now, these are hard too, is something that I found out. So I had somebody, interestingly enough, the first time I ever worked with it, she sent me a message and says, hey, have you ever heard of this material? Let me switch over. There we go. She was asking me, hey, have you ever worked with this material? And I said, no, I have not. And she was like, well, and she had already bought quite a few pins from me at this point too. So we already had a little bit of rapport going. But she sent me a chunk that I think it was about this big. And this is enough to get about 4 blanks out of. Yeah, four good-sized blanks to be working on the fountain pen size. But yeah, she said, can I send you this material? I said, yes. However, just know that because I have never worked with this, you might end up with nothing. And so she rolled the dice and gave me a shot, and you know, sure enough, she ended up with a couple pieces, or a couple pins, I mean. So yeah, it was way cool to be given that opportunity. So always grateful to that person for that. Yes, these are very expensive. I believe, don't quote me on it, but I believe the amount that I've got just right here is about $700 worth. Yeah. And that's just the material. That's not turning it into anything yet. So the pins definitely go pretty high when it comes to that. But yeah, we can talk about business on a different format. But yeah, these are pretty pricey. But I think that one was like $450. This one was $250, $200 to $250 or something, and then this one was like $60, something like that. So I think about $700. I don't remember. It's actually been quite a while since we purchased these, and just been letting them collect dust, unfortunately. But I'll definitely be getting to them here in the near future. It'll be one of those things that you know, I'll probably just do that individual pen from start to finish instead of doing like a batch of them at one go. Which is something, hindsight, I probably should have done from the beginning when I started streaming, but you know, you live and you learn. But yeah, those are probably the most high-end material that I've got that we purchased. Now, the other blanks that I use here are like these. I showed you, this is stratified. So we make them in a block. Hold on, I'm trying to get one of them out. Mm-hmm. There we go. So my wife pours a lot of blanks. So this is one of the stratified color schemes that we've got, which is really cool. And when it comes to like selling these, we've thought about it, but also we've thought not doing it as well. And you know what? I actually have some pins I could show you that are from that, which are pretty neat. One day I just was looking at something that we were doing and was like, you know what would be cool? And then that's how they came about. All right, we're back. Here, let's go to the other camera. Maybe we can see it better. Here we are. So here is one of my stratified pens that I make. So it's got a recess in it for finial, and then it's the triple start threads, and it's fit for a Yovo number 6. So it's got the 3 components like most custom fountain pens do, and it's really neat. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, this one is actually almost done. The last thing we've got to do for this is wipe it down again, clean the inside, and then put a finial on it. And then these are the finials that I throw in there. So I went for pewter and brass, or new gold. Pewter and new gold are the ones that I like the look of most. So I thought these were really interesting, really cool. You can definitely look at it for quite a while up close. Yeah. Thank you. She does do pretty awesome work. And then yeah, it is. I thought it was pretty cool. Some people like it. Some people are like, "Oh, that's just color vomit. Gross." But I think of it more of like a story stick kind of thing, where it shows each layer. It's kind of like a story stick that each layer, you know, is from a different timeline wise. It's from a different week, but then, you know, we can think about what happened at that time and this time. Go back and take a look at that. So it's pretty interesting in that regard. We definitely enjoy it. We've been doing it for 4 years now. But yeah. Now I do have some other little pieces of Operex. That's what this is called, by the way. It's called Operex. You can find it on Etsy, and you probably can find it other places too, but we just got it on Etsy. But yeah, I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to do with a piece this small, got a couple ideas, but I haven't executed again, which seems is what it is, I guess. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. It's a lot of fun. Definitely enjoy trying all different kinds of things like this. But yeah, that was, I guess, a little show and tell when it comes to the stuff that I'm working on or working with. But it is time, I guess, to get back to it. I am going to go grab some water right quick. Maybe a bit more coffee as well. So I will be right back. Thanks so much for hanging out with me. All right. And we are back. Some water. While I was in the kitchen, I remembered I made this a while ago. Uh, this is sort of like the stratified, except a different orientation when I made it. So it's pretty interesting. Nice little bottle opener. It's all right. It's all right. Not my best work, which is why it found a nice spot for me to use. All right. All righty. So, as mentioned before, we are working on these forever pencils, and we like the length that we're at for them, which is about 3 1/4. Oh, this one's 2 3/4. Had to trim it down a bit. So we're at 2 3/4. No, thank you. I just saw it. 2 3/4, 3, and should be just under 4. Yep. So those are the sizes that we're going to be working on here. I'm trying to find out what size we like the best. Going through some different iterations of, making it all happen, which is, I guess, how it goes. Let's see. But I do think 4 inches is like the magic number. But we'll see here in a little bit. Might even create a little a dip where the grip is going to be, yeah, that's what we're going to do. All right, let's get this switched over. Awesome. Alrighty, so here we are. That's set nicely here. Gotta work it. There we go. Okay. There we are. All right. So like we did yesterday, we didn't drill quite yet. We went from getting them to approximate diameter that we're going to finish at, and then we do a little bit of the shaping when we only have the center start holes in place, and then from there we'll get the pretty final shape that we're going for, and then we will we'll add the other things that we need to for the eraser and the tip itself. So we're going to actually put the eraser on this side and have the tip on that side. I'm going to flip that. Yep. Okay. So the diameter we're looking for here is the 0.65 or 6.5 millimeters. I'm going to actually go up to 7 here and lock it in. So I'm just at 7 on the calipers, and that's the approximate diameter we're going to go for there. Work on a taper as well. That's going well. So we're going to try and make this part nice and steep. Make this part steep. That way it's got plenty of wall thickness when it comes to thinking about the end user pressing, because that is one of the considerations of it all. It could potentially break if somebody is pressing really hard. Should be no good. But I think we're doing pretty good. All right, let's see how we're looking here. All right, a little bit more. And we're just going for that diameter at the very end. I'm looking for a steep out. See where we're at. That looks pretty good. A little bit more will come off when we're sanding, so no concern there. And now what I was talking about is I was imagining the grip. So let me turn it off, kind of show you. So I'm thinking about it being held, you know, about where this blue is area. So I'm going to do a slight indentation, like a little concave, in the grip itself. I don't want to make it look weird though. I'll have to tastefully do it. Worst case, it looks bad, and we got other ones to start on. That's feeling pretty good. So now we'll just move this back a little bit. Good. Nice. Alright, so now we're just going to take this the rest of the way and smooth the rest of the way out. Very nice. Now the other thing is going to be the eraser side. And I'm going to test the outer diameter of I'm going to test the outermost of the eraser. So I'm going to go with, this is probably 9, 8.5. All right, so we will bring this to what, 9.5. Let's see what that looks like. We don't want it too thin. What is this one? Because that looks pretty good. Let's see. So 10.2, and then with a taper to 9.5. Okay, I like that. We're gonna go with that. So this is gonna be 10. We're at 12 right now. So I'm going to drop it down to about 10.2. That'll work. 10.2. Once we get the details on the ends all set, then we will smooth it all out, and then it will start coming together here. We're getting there. Take a measurement, see where we're at. We are just about there. I'll hit it with a square right quick. Try to make sure it's nice and perpendicular to this. There we go. I'll flatten this out just a bit. Alright, so we should be... Oh, that'll work. That'll work right there. And then we're going to gently taper just that last little bit after we do the drilling. All right, awesome. So, all right. Very gradual. I think I need to take this a little bit further back. Maybe this a little bit further forward too. I could have just left it flat, but it doesn't give it that character that something like this should have in my mind. Oh. So kind of making it indent here, come out, and then back in. Yeah, that looks good. I dig it. Let's see, yep. All right, well, here we are. I think this isn't for my hand, so that's what we are going to go for. It's not meant for my hand, it's meant for somebody's hand that's way smaller than me. So we're going to go over to the metal lathe and going to go ahead and do the different drilling that we need to do. All right, that is very nice. Yeah, sometimes designs don't, they seem better, and then you actually implement it, and then you're wondering if maybe you didn't do it how you should have. But it is what it is. All right, so we are on the eraser side, so we've got our 1/4 inch. 1/4 inch drill bit here. And we still have our mark from yesterday that we used. we're going to go in, I think it was at 12, I believe, which is about half an inch. 12 millimeters, half an inch or so. All right, nice and simple. That's one of the cooler things about the stratified is you see all different kinds of colors coming through with that. So another little thing that I like to do from this point is I do a little bevel on just the end. The way that I do that is just take a little bit of sandpaper and just knock that edge off. I know on the outside I'm going to be hitting it with sandpaper, but the inside will be will have the one of the either the live center or dead center in it. So I go ahead and knock that part out now. And then the other side here. Let's see. Looks like we're turning true. Very nice. We're going to use the 3/16 bit here. And the mark is still there. I'm going to drill a little bit further than we would need to because I'm going to drill a little bit farther because we need to make room for the rest of the threads. I'll take a look at something right quick. I think I actually have, wonder, I thought I had a different drill bit. For this side. Not looking promising though, darn it. All right, let me look in my drawer here. So one of the weirdest, I guess not the weirdest by any means, but it is a weird thing that I do go back and forth between metric and imperial all the time. So it is sometimes a pain figuring out which exact size I'm going for. But for now, I am looking for something that is, I believe, 5.5. So this is a 4.7. And the other bit that I had was a 4.3 millimeter. And obviously, I don't have the one that I really would want. I'm looking for a 4.5, I believe. So that's a 4.3 millimeter. So 11/64 translates into a 4.39 or something close to that. It's not the size I want at the end of the day. Nope. Let's see. 3.5. It's just not what we're looking for. So this is this drill bit growing? Come on, calipers. Work with me here. Yeah, 4.7. And I don't know if 4.5 is the exact size that I'm going for. I need to still test it out. But it always seems to be the one that you don't have. Now, the one that I've got right now, it does work, but it could be better. But that's all right. Whatever. We're just gonna go. Just gonna go with this one here. So we've got this already marked, and we're just gonna turn it on. It's about probably around 800 RPM, 800, something like that. And just take it easy. Get in. Awesome. And that's it. So that part's done. And because this is a tap that already has the angle that it does, because it's a starting tap, which is a part of why it takes a while to actually begin, because it's a starting tap. But it allows for it to line up in the middle, and then makes it so it'll make it so that it grabs it. So for a reference, I'm just going to go ahead and do a rough marking here that we want to stop at, which is about there, or a little sooner. But we're going to do this by hand because the threads are nice and fine. And because these threads are so fine, I don't really want to wait until I get some resistance, because the jaws are kind of heavy and has a decent amount of resistance, and then also the tailstock moving back and forth also has some resistance. And because these threads are so fine, you could just end up stripping out the threads if you were too rough with it. So I'm going to take it nice and easy. And we're looking pretty good. And say that we're good enough to test some fits here. All right. See, like this one is a little on the loose side. You can go in a little further than I'd like before it actually starts threading, which there, this one actually starts where it's supposed to. Ooh, and it's snug too, so guess it's a good thing I didn't find that other drill bit. Alrighty, so it looks like I need to take this down just a bit more. Not a whole lot, but probably at least another millimeter at least, I'd say. And then as for the eraser, let's see where we're at. But nice, it's snug, so it's not just going to come out easily, which is good. And then we're going to go for a taper. I'm going to go for a taper on the ends here. And then this is actually going to, I'm going to put it back on the lathe, and I'm going to make it a smaller diameter at the tip, and then make it steeper as well. So this part, this ending part, is going to be at a steeper angle here. Yep, that is the plan. Also, once I get a one of the centers in there, it'll open up the eraser side just a little bit, which will be good because it's a little snug right now. So we're going to go back to the wood lathe here and make this quick adjustment. So importantly, since we already did the threads and we've already drilled that part out as well, don't want to go too tight with the between centers setup configuration that we've got here. So I'm going to turn it up pretty fast. It looks like we're about 3,000 right now. And start just taking nice little bits. It may stop because I don't have it on super tight right now. I'm just going to take a little bit off. We're going to round it out and give it a nice profile there. Awesome. Okay. So another way we could have done that is by using a file. So let's our calipers right quick. Take a look where we're at for the very end. 8. I'd say that we are still quite a bit over. We're looking to be about 7.5 or between 7.25, 7.5 is kind of what I'm looking for here. Yeah. There we go. Let's take it down a little bit more. Now, worst case, I take off a little too much, and then I have to bring it back a little bit, which would be the end of the world, but it's definitely one of those things that you want to avoid if possible. Ooh, that looks good. Let's take a look at that. Excuse me. We're going to take a look at this. So I don't need it to be like going straight into it. I guess since I did that, I should, you know, do a quick little chase. The threads here. There we go. I was getting a little bit of resistance at the start, probably because the 60-degree live center pushed onto the threads and caused them to change shape. There we go. Just get it lined up. Now we're good to go. That's not what's supposed to happen here. I guess that is one of the considerations about using something that's super cheap. The graphite tip here, you can see that when I started screwing it in, it started pulling the graphite, but it was still going in when I was screwing it. So the collar kept screwing in, but the graphite part stopped. Now, that could pretty simply be remedied, but I am going to put it aside and grab a different one because I don't want another project. I've already got projects. But probably just a little dab of glue would fix that. There we go. Alrighty. Well, that's kind of what we're looking like right now. Awesome. Well, there we are. So we've got this shape, and we've got another shape. I don't know if you can actually see the difference, but one will probably be better for that's not bad. It's kind of nice. All right, just need to do a quick little bevel on that side, and then this one will be done. And then we'll set it aside for sanding here shortly. All right, that one's good, that one's good. And because these are really short, I'm not going to worry about trying to put a clip on them because I don't have a clip that's actually small enough. So but that's all right. So we've got that. This is going to be the side. This is going to be the side that's going to get threaded. Yep. And this will be the side. Let's see. I'd say we're pretty good here. All right, let's change back over to the lathe here. There we are. All right, so we are going to go do, let's see, we're actually going to flip it this way because the threaded side is over here on the live center side. There we go. We're going to do one of the smooth ones again. Do it. I'll get there a little faster this time. You know what we're going for now. Knowing what you're looking for, it definitely makes a big difference when you're trying to find it. So that's always a good thing. Let's see where we're at here. I'll take it down a little bit more. Getting there. Make it nice and steep as well. Let's see. I think once we get that smoothed out, it'll be good to go. So we'll do just a nice gentle pass here. Smooth it out, perfect. All right, now over here, we're gonna. Yep. We don't have any threads in it, so we can push it down a little harder. Taking this to about 10 millimeters, maybe 10.5 or so. do this like it's going to have just a gradual arch throughout. I think would be an interesting way to do this one. Pull this out. Good. I'm going to slope this one downward. Paper going. Good. Nice. So this one is actually shaped almost how I'd like for it to be. A little bit further to go. Very nice. All right, we'll take some measurements here. What are we at? 7.2. That is going to be sanded down just a bit, and we're looking for about 10 at the very end. So we need to take that down just a bit more. And then we'll smooth everything else out. Nice. Very nice. There we are. That's about it for that. We're going to use, because this green, every time I went past it with my carbide, it made it so it sunk in, and I believe that that layer is a bit more, it was not done correctly, which, looking back, I knew it before I started it, but it's been a while since I have used these blanks, so we're just going to try and smooth that out. I feel a little texture right there I don't like, so I'm trying to get rid of that. So this is pretty good. Sweet. All right, there we are. Smooth this out. Smooth that out. And then on the shape here. Now for this one, because the blank is, you know, the way that it is, we're going to do a single layer of CA. It's so weird because I can feel it again right there. Strange. That's okay. That is all right. Well, might say it looks pretty good. Sturdy enough. Don't have any issues. All right, so instead of going ahead and drilling those, I am going to continue working through the rest of these and getting them to the shape we're going for. All right. Get it cranked up here. Again, we're going for about 7 to 7.5 at the very 7.5 millimeters at the very end here. And the lathe is currently turning at 3,000. Pretty good. Nice and easy here. What a fun little project this is. It's not overly challenging. Sometimes requires a little bit of some foresight, especially when it comes to shaping and prepping the blank and stuff, but not a super complicated one. It's just a matter of sequencing and doing it the most ideal way, is what I would say. But definitely a fun little project that I think my kids will enjoy. Alrighty, so we're actually just going to leave this one similar to the last shape that we did. Yeah. So like that. Maybe even flatter with less of a belly on it. Yeah. Again, the back end is going to go to about 10 millimeters. Is the target here. And then the front end is about 7 to 7.5 is the target. And we can definitely move it back if we need to, if we take the very end too far. Oh, nice. Okay, so let's take a look. We are at 8.3? 7.8. All right. I like that. We're almost there with this, so just do a little bit more here. There we go. That's pretty good. Now we need to smooth it out. Yes. Splendid. Splendid. And then here. What are you doing? Stop it. This back end definitely needs to come down just a bit more. And then we're going to actually implement the rest of that all the way through. Make this one a little less of a belly. Okay. Good. Now, what we're going to do is take a look, for one, of course, and then take a look at the measurements here. What are we at? 6.95. Okay. 10.4. Okay, I like it. So I'm just going to take a file right quick and get rid of some of these ridges. It's really good, but I'm going to make it even better because it makes sanding that much simpler when everything is all flat and level. I'm just filing the highs and lows so they actually balance out. So this is like a some lines right here which would indicate that these are the lower points. So we're going to go ahead and get those taken care of. Very nice. Excellent. That is good enough for now. Good. We're going to put it aside again and move to the next one. And we've got, let's see, we got 4 more after this one that we're going to do. So we're going to do a nice contour here. The lathe spinning a little faster. There we go. Again, about a 7.5. And now I'm going to go in here. Give us a pinched portion. And I think for one of these other ones, I'm going to try something a little different. Alrighty. Nice gradual slope here. Alright, good. Take this and give a little bit definition there, and I'll show you kind of where that's going to begin, and that's going to, that is 7.8. Take it down just a bit more, just a little bit more. Nice and gentle, perfect. Awesome. This is more or less the grip section that we're going to have right here. And then this is going to be the eraser end. We're just smoothing out. Nice. I'm going to take this from like a 10 taper to maybe an 11.5 to 12. And then it'll be probably back down to about a 9mm at the narrowest part of the pinch right here. Super sweet. Okay, so 7/8. I need to take that down just a bit more. 10.7. So a little bit off of both ends again. Almost there. Whoa. There we go. That's what we wanted. So we're going to drop the speed down quite a bit. And then smooth out those high points. At least on the flat side, or flat portion. Definitely not going to try and definitely not going to try and use it on the contoured side there. So the speed that I'm sanding at is about, I typically do this with the file between 5 and 700, 550 to 700 or so. Yeah, I'm at 630 right now, 630 RPM. Make sure you do it pretty slow. You don't want it to gouge too deep. Otherwise, it'll take even longer for sanding. And this is just for smoothing. Alrighty. I don't know if this one will be a popular shape by any means. Let's see, we're at 1017. Okay, that'll work. Good, good. And these edges will definitely be smoothed out once we're the sanding portion. We'll use a nice coarse grit that will address that part. I think for this one we're going to use another gentle taper into a let's see. Maybe let's flip this around. I think it might be cooler to see the grip section on that side. Yeah. There we go. Let's see. Definitely needs to come down some more. Yep. And this goes to. All right, let's take a look at the. Oh, 8.5 and 10.95. Okay, just a bit more on both ends, and we'll be good. Mm-hmm. And using a file for this part, because it is rounded the way that it is, it's going to be a little bit more tricky, but not impossible. Just do it light and kind of let the file find the surface that it's on and keep it moving. That'll help it get all the contours of the actual overall pen here. All right. There's one spot right here that I'm trying to iron out here, so to speak. Almost there. All right. Looks pretty good. All right, let's take a look here. 826, 24. All right, well that needs to come down a bit more. And this is good. So this here. Almost. Crank her up. There we are. Nice. Alrighty. That's good. All right. Now, see, I think this might even be the ideal size, it being 4 inches here. Let's see what we can come up with. I think we're just going to go for a regular. I guess a regular, just a normal pin taper here. But we're going to have half an inch or a quarter inch thereabouts sticking out. You know what? I want to put the threads on that side, I think. Yeah. Put the threads on the other side here. It still needs to come down anyways, so not a big deal. Carbide makes such easy work of resin stuff here. Right. Get out of here. Out of here, needles. So this needs to go just a little bit further. Alright. Okay. Almost there with this one. Smooth this middle part out. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and take a look here at this. .3, good. Almost there with that one. Then 10.5. Hey, pretty close. 3 and 10.5. All right. Alrighty. So right here in the middle, it did not want to be smooth like the rest of it. Well, I guess that is one of the things about turning between centers and turning at the speed that we're at. So, let me just take a look. Know that we're going to have some parts in the back that we'll have to fix here. 1020, that's good. And 7, yeah, right at 7, okay. Keep an eye on that one. Here we are. We'll do some smoothing out right quick on the flat surfaces again. All right. Got to smooth away some of these chatter sections that I created. Darn it. It's all right. This will take it off quickly. Get everything pretty level and smooth. That's all we're going for at this point. Makes it a little easier when we get to sandpaper. Let's see. I like this shape. I think what I want to do here is alter the shape just a little bit. There we go. That's pretty good. Put it like this a little bit. Try and smooth this out so it's not so shouldered looking. There, that's pretty good. Same thing with the other side. Oh yeah, there we are. That's what we want. Alrighty. And we'll set this to the side. Looks like we've got one more to turn here, and then we'll be able to come back over to the metal lathe and get some drilling done. Okay, I'm gonna go too tight. Spin in here about 2500 RPM. This end is going to be clean. Try to make it steep here. Use the there we go. To the end, it's pretty good. I think we need to take it down further still. Yeah, quite a bit. Smooth this out just a bit. Very nice. You know what? Maybe we'll keep the end a little thicker like that. Yeah. Then we'll drop the back end to the 10 that it's going to be. A little deep right there. Oops. Taper's fine. I need to smooth that out quite a bit. I don't want it so It's okay to be a little fat at the end. Yeah. Slow it down just a bit, see what happens here. There we are. Okay, so this one is going to have obviously the cone at the end here, and then it's going to have a taper the rest of the way down. So it's going to appear that this side is actually larger than it is. And do this, take a file, level out some of these spots that just didn't want to cooperate here. Oh yeah, there we go. So there's already a little bit of a taper on the left side here, on the eraser side, but that's okay because it was going to happen anyways. There we go. Almost there. A little bit more. We can do it. There we go. That's good. Very nice. Perfect. Well, that looks nice. Now let's check the size here. There we go. All right, well that needs to come down just a bit more. And this side, where are we at on this one? 10. Okay, well I like that. I need to take the cone side down a little bit. Should be easy. I'm going to use our square carbide cutter just to get that very end done. Awesome. And we're there, aren't we? Come on. Let's see. All right, just a tad more, and then the rest will be for sanding. Almost there. Excellent. That's what I like to see. Boom. Take a look. Oh, 7.6, that'll work. 7.5 was the target. All right, so we are done shaping for now. The next step is to come back over to the other lathe here Uh-huh. If you are just now joining, thank you for stopping by. Appreciate it. Uh, do a little quick thing here. So what I've been doing is getting all of these pieces turned into approximate shape for a forever pencil. So this is one of the forever pencils that I've got here. Um, it's not sanded or polished yet, and I think I also need to take a little bit more off the front side. Um, so I've got its twin here, and then I've got quite a few other ones here that we're going to be getting drilled here in just a second. And then we're going to be working on, well, we're going to be working on drilling them all to fit the parts that we got to put in, and then we'll be sanding and polishing next. So we are almost there when it comes to getting these bad boys done. So get this cleaned off right quick. Now, I could potentially, what do you think? You think at this point, should I go ahead and drill these? Or should I go ahead and sand and polish them and then drill them afterwards? I do have a clever way that will protect the finish if I did sand and polish first. But I'm kind of on the side where I don't think it matters a whole lot, and I think what I should be doing is going ahead and drilling, because that'll allow for me to fine tune afterwards. Yeah, that's what I'm going to go with. I'm going to go ahead and get these drilled, and then we'll get them sanded and polished. Yeah, that's the sequence we're going to go with. All right, so I'm going to head over to the metal lathe. So on the longer ones, I could do a clip collar. However, but I don't know which ones are going to actually have that. Let's see. Yeah, it would be one less step for later. And I've had pretty good success as far as it lining up, being nice and true, which is pretty awesome. So we are going to use our 3/16. Go ahead and get this knocked out. And, you know, it's kind of all snowballing now. Nice and easy start. And we're there. Go. Here we go. Making sure that this is out of the way. Carriage here. Do it nice and easy. Nice and quick. Boom. Alrighty. And flip it around. do our 1/4 inch. And that's turning true. Good. Here's our 1/4 inch drill bit here. Get that set. Boom. Sorry, I just thought a little bit more about your question. It won't be one less step later because I still have to do it. So I guess it would be one less step later if I did it now, but it's still a step that has to happen for it to actually fit the components that I'm putting into it. Alrighty, one done. I think I am just going to leave that 1/4 inch drill bit in while I work my way through the rest of these, and then we'll do the threading portion afterwards. Okay, so this, I'm actually going to face it just a little bit more here because I think I went too far. I'm going to just kind of bite away at it like this. That way there's more direct pressure on it instead of going too hard into it laterally. This seemed to work just fine too. All right. That's easy to get it started. Perfect. Almost. Nope. Actually, we're going to leave that on. Do a little quick sanding touch on the inside and the outside. Awesome. Good to go. Okay, I'm just going to keep working through the eraser side of all of these. Nice. And as I mentioned before, this is an opportunity to address the ends if you did do too big of a bite, or if you used a spur center or the Phillips head drill bit when you were turning it to the shape. Yeah, that needs to be emptied very, very carefully though. It's full. Let me take it over there. Let me walk it past. Here you go. Here you go. We have a air conditioning unit in the garage here. And as I mentioned before, it's really humid. So and I drain it into a bucket. The condensation drains into a bucket here. So that was filling up. Filled up quite a bit faster. Alrighty. Let's see. Okay, so we drill. Pick up the pace here. Boop. And then touch. Just gentle inside, outside. Knock off the corners. Awesome. Of all the years we've been working in the workshop, this is actually the first year that we've had an air conditioner in here. So it's been pretty hot. So that's pretty funny that it took us as long as we has. But like I said, not climate controlled. And we work out here almost daily. So, oop. We did get a heater a couple years. I guess it's we've had it for two seasons now, we'll say. And it's been nice for sure. You're talking about the air conditioner, so the one that we have is a standalone air conditioner that just needs to have an exhaust area, and you can see that's why the garage is partially open, because that's where it's venting out. And so I've got a hose that's going right out, but it's definitely very nice to have. Also, you'll notice on my garage that I put insulation panels in as well, which is relatively new for us. And you know, it's not a huge difference, but it definitely does make a difference of a few degrees. Probably, I don't know, 5 to 7 degrees difference is probably about how much it makes. And our garage isn't a fancy garage by any means. It's pretty bare bones, actually. You can still see the studs and the framing of everything. Yeah. Oh man, we had a in Albuquerque. I was stationed in Albuquerque, and those houses were pretty old. We were living on base, and they used big swamp coolers, so it was definitely a bummer. But what we did is we actually put in some window units that certainly helped out. Certainly helped out. We have one in our bedroom, our kids' room, and living room. So the swamp cooler was not doing very much work, it seemed. It was toasty. But I guess it's just one of those things that you adapt and overcome. Or if you don't, you just tolerate it forever, I guess. Alrighty. All right, so this is definitely so. I don't know if you can see. Let's see if it'll focus on this, but you can see this part right here that has kind of a valley, and that's the resin itself. And it's not. I think it was a problem with the curing, um, or maybe it got a little moisture in there. Uh, if you do, you mentioned you were going to start working with some of the resin. A good thing to remember, I don't know how humid it gets in California, but when we have to constantly pay attention to draining the pressure pot that we've got, so the air compressor, it can fill up with moisture even if it's under pressure. You just have to drain it pretty routinely. Otherwise, the humidity will transfer into the condensation, and then that will make it so water is introduced to the resin, which is a no-go. Let me show you what happens when that happens. And this is just a little bit of moisture, like basically the little bit of humidity was captured on the inside of that, so it could definitely be a no good. Yeah, yeah, it's one of those things where you don't really think about it until you're up the creek, and you got to learn it the hard way. But you know, that's when we started doing all of this stuff. You know, there was some information out there for sure, but it wasn't a whole lot. I think Zach Higgins was a good one that we did a little bit of learning from. But really, it's all about the trial and error, because different climates call for different, not protocols, but sometimes you have to do things a little bit differently depending. So just another one of those things to keep in mind if you are going to be working with resin, is that it does not like water. Some resins are a little bit more tolerant than others when it comes to moisture, but I'm just going to leave that in actually. Also, you know, while I'm talking about it, another interesting thing that you'll find about moisture is if you try to cast a hybrid blank and the wood is too moist, then you will probably get bubbles, and that makes it so the blank doesn't really work out well for you. So just another thing. A way that some people mitigate that is by sometimes they microwave the piece of wood. Which will get some of it out. It'll cause it to steam out. If you are going to be working with wood and you're going to be turning pins or bowls or things like along those lines, and you're trying to source the wood in various places, I suggest getting a moisture meter. So this is a moisture meter, and typically you're looking for certain thresholds for the wood. So here's the cap, and then it's got 2 prongs. So these are spikes that are just covered by the by these little plugs here. Looks like I've got a bent sensor. It's all right though, it still works. But yeah, I'll show you an example right quick. I've got wood all over the place. Come on, here we go. This will work. Right, so I believe this is a piece of cherry. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, I would say that this, I'm going to guess and say that this is about 7%. So we'll take a look here. Oh, it's off. It's 8. So that's probably acceptable to turn, and it won't warp around when you're working it. So there, I did it again. It's 8.3. But yeah, that's probably okay to work. The humidity of this wood is based on the humidity of your environment, right? So that's another thing that people don't think about when they get wood, or when they make wood pieces, is that the wood will move around based on moisture. So this is actually stabilized, and it's a maple burl. So there shouldn't be much moisture in here at all, other than the environmental, which, you know, here could be a normal range is like 5 to 10, and then, you know, a drier climate, it could be, you know, drier, and then wetter climates, I guess like Louisiana or something, or maybe Texas, it'd be even higher. So this is one of those burl pieces. So it's already, you know, pretty, this is already cut for us to use in a mold. But the different is there's just a lot of considerations when it comes to working with wood that people don't think about typically, and it's kind of a problem because say I make a pin for somebody out of a really nice piece of burl, but I didn't cure it, and then I didn't seal it, or I didn't stabilize it, or something along those lines. The pin could potentially, right, pin probably wouldn't warp, but if it does move around, then there is a possibility like the CA could crack, which is something that I see in Facebook groups sometimes. Some people talk about mercury being the best, and some people talk about glue boost being the best, and you know, I think that you should try a whole bunch of things. Don't hang your hat on any one thing in particular. I think you should just keep trying different stuff. Then once you find what you like, don't be so closed off that you can't hear anybody else say something about something that you might not be familiar with. But I guess that's just my thoughts on it. The wood does absorb moisture even after drying it. Yep, because it tries to go back. So for example, if I took some of those pieces that was, about 8% moisture, um, if I took that and I microwaved it, I could probably get it down to probably 4 or 5, or somewhere around there. Or if I use my oven, um, I could probably get it down to pretty low. I don't think you can actually get it down to 0%, uh, but I haven't tried, I guess. But maybe. Either way, it's going to rebound and it's going to, take on that moisture again for sure. Okay, so this one's good to go. But yeah, I do think wood definitely has a nice, classy appearance, but uh, the whole, yeah, I can get into the business aspect of it again, but I don't want to want to bore you with that stuff. I really, really like business. It's really appealing to me. Oh. Oh. But we're still at this point, as far as working goes, what's going on in the background here? Still getting all the holes drilled and then threaded for the graphite part. Yeah. So. Oh, nope, don't take it out yet. So, if you don't mind me asking, what do you think of the stream so far, and what can I do to improve, generally speaking? I want to make sure that it is enjoyable for the viewer as well. And then if you don't have any input, that's also fine. Just want to make sure that, you know, the camera angles are useful for what it is that I'm working on, talking about and stuff. And then the sound is also good. And all of that specific stuff has been rough. It's been pretty rough learning all of this. I mean, I'm not tech incompetent, but I'm also not super tech savvy. But it's not for lack of trying. Golly. I've been working on this whole setup since I think November of last year, and it's not until shoot, I don't know when my first live was, but it wasn't that long ago. It took me a while. Oh, you're not hijacking. Shoot, if you were here, I'd put you on as well. um, oh, good. That was one of my big concerns, is the machines being loud. And it wasn't until recently that I learned that there is a limiter on the audio, which makes sense, but trying to figure out where all that stuff is another one of those search cues that you make. Uh, but I do appreciate the feedback. I on one of my streams, I had it going for a little while, probably a good, I think almost 3 hours actually, and it just cut off, unfortunately, where I'm not sure exactly what happened, but the whole software crashed and my computer froze and everything like that. Now, I was on a laptop using 3 different cameras, so there is that. That could have played a part in it. But since I brought a desktop computer out here, I had an extra one because I just got a new build on my inside computer. Still working through these. I've got 3 more. Yeah, 3 more total. Oh yeah, processor couldn't handle it. No, it could not. Um, but after further investigation, I think it actually could have been that I was overloading one USB port. So it could have been that as well. Um, but like I said, I am not super tech savvy. I couldn't necessarily diagnose anything other than with my trial and error. You find so many ways not to do it, and then you figure out how it should be. And then you're like, well, why didn't I think of that at the very beginning? It makes sense. But that's a part of the excitement, I guess. The whole journey. Sometimes it just doesn't want to work like you want it to. Are you pretty tech savvy, Kevin? Oh, go backwards here. Oh. Yeah, I can see that sometimes. Overthinking it. Oh man, that's the story of my life. I think there's a part of me that just just doesn't want to stop thinking about whatever it is. But yeah, I'd say that I'm a chronic overthinker. Well, it could be the military. Oh man. Chemical. Whew. Like, that's cool. That's really cool. That's another one of the things that might be a problem of mine is I'm always fascinated by what everybody else is doing. And I want to hear what they do and how they like it and all that stuff. Chemicals. My sister went to George Washington University and became a chemistry major, and she became a teacher. Well, after school, she became a teacher. She has since changed what that was. What she's doing, that is. Man, that's really neat. I don't think I have. Well, when I was in school, I guess I didn't have the capacity, I don't think, at the time to sit there and pay attention long enough to take the time it would take in order to memorize all the stuff needed for that. But very impressive for sure. I well, I used to do a lot of things actually. Well, that's interesting. That's really interesting. Oh, something that I also heard that was really interesting, I guess in a similar vein there, is when it's called fossil fuels, and I can't confirm this, I don't know for sure, but apparently fossils are much deeper than the fuel is found. Is that something that sounds accurate? Or am I, did I just hear something that's not at all right? I hear a lot of crazy stuff. But yeah, I think what they were talking about is fossil fuels are called fossil fuels because they thought they were that, but now it's not. So, I don't know. Oh man. Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. But, life. Life. It's always fun. Always fun, determining the directions that you're going to go and decisions that you're going to make. But, for what it's worth, um, a lot of people that go into, well, I don't know what branch you were talking about, but people that go for MP, um, they go as fast as they can to canine school, because that's apparently where they're not as strict about everything. They're a little bit more chill, laid back, in that it's a much smaller community too. When I went to Airman Leadership School, there was a couple canine guys, and they were really cool. Glad I got to meet them and hang out with them. But as far as regular MPs, they did not do things that I envied them for. But um, my job in the military was quite a bit different than MP. Hmm. Interesting. Well, typical. Typical. You just hear random crap, and then you're like, "Huh? Never thought it. Never fired any brain cells on it, but I don't have a reason to doubt them." Until you meet somebody with uh, a much stronger forte in that field. So, oh, been shoot. I when I was looking at the military, I wanted to be H2S is in the oil. Is that hydrogen something? I don't know. I'm going to stick with what I know here. I'm a simple man. Yeah. Yeah, recruiters are interesting. Uh, there's definitely a huge range of the types of recruiters there are. Um, yeah. Let's see. So it looks like we're all good to go with all these components here. And I am going to start getting these sanded. Let's see. Yeah. Alrighty. There we go. So we got everything set. Go ahead and do a little look over on all of these to see final adjustments that I would need to make here as we work through all the sanding. Oh, that's really funny. My wife will love to hear that one. Ah, that is interesting. Thank you for that. I do like random facts. Um, One of my favorite things. Now, I probably won't remember all of them, or most of them even, but I do like them. Yeah, absolutely. So we like the size of that one. 10, 5. Alrighty. Oop. 3. 3. Cool. I am measuring all of these at the ends, just seeing if I need to take off a little bit more. 2. Oh, something else that I thought about when we were talking yesterday. I've been thinking about a video as far as um, what you're going to primarily turn. We were talking about the Easy Wood tools, and I was thinking about making a video that might spark a little bit of I don't know if it would be elitist or not, but some people are purist. That's what it is, purist. So some people are like, no, you need to be using high-speed steel all the time. And I can tell you from personal experience that high-speed steel, for what it is that I do, is not a good idea. Definitely don't want to be doing that or dealing with that, because I primarily turn resin, and carbide just lasts so much longer than a high-speed steel edge would. So I'd probably be spending a comparable amount of time at the grinder. It's just, anyway, I was thinking about creating a video as like high-speed steel versus carbide. That would definitely get some people going. I mean, the goal wouldn't be to do that. It would be more to, create the awareness of what are you doing primarily? And so I definitely think that they both have a place, 100%. It's just, for me, high-speed steel is not where it's at. I'd say that 98.5% to 99% of all the turning I do is resin. And then the rare occasions I do use wood, I'll still use carbide just because that's what I'm most comfortable with. But I did start with high-speed steel because I did meet those people and I was all on board with it, and, kind of jumping on the bandwagon before I started thinking to myself, you know what? No, I think it's dependent on whatever it is. So I take a different approach, I guess, than a lot of people. I'm not a purist on any specific thing. Honestly, I haven't tried the negative rake. Yeah, I haven't tried it. So I couldn't speak intelligently on it, at least from personal experience. But I don't know if you notice some of the ways that I turn. I'll tilt the tool all the time. And typically that's not how people would talk about it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I could definitely see that. If you just want to get to turning stuff, then carbide is the way to go. It has a much lower barrier to entry when it comes to uh, learning how to use it and then being pretty proficient with it. Um, yeah, yeah, grinding, not all that appealing to me. I do have a couple pieces that I use high-speed steel, only because Easy Wood Tools didn't have those tips before. So I've got all these here. The oh, there we go. Here we go. So it's basically, this is I think a 3/8 of an inch um, bead cutter. So I've got three different sizes of those that I use pretty often. Um, and I probably would have gone with the Easy Wood Tools one if that was out at the time, because it's one of those, you probably just buy it and then you probably wouldn't really need to replace it forever. uh, yeah, but yeah. Uh, but I think eventually I might go back to learning how to turn more wood bowls. I've actually been looking at um, shoot, what's her name? There is someone. Oh, good deal. 15%. It's a good deal, especially that's a pretty substantial amount if you get the set of them. But let's see. I'll go ahead and say this too while we're talking about it. Sorry, I'll get off my soapbox here in a second. But Easy Wood Tools, the round carbide is what I use most of the time. And if you are only going to buy one of them, personally, sorry, I hit the mic. Personally, I would say the round one is going to fit more purposes than any of them. So that's my 2 cents on that. If you're only going to get one specific tool, um, I would go for the round one, and then you'll have to determine what you're going to be turning primarily, and that'll kind of dictate the size. But that's my 2 cents. Obviously, you do what you want. It's just that's the one I primarily use, the round. Uh, I think they call it a detailer, and yeah, yeah. I think that's about it. The square was actually my last purchase of the set, and I bought them all individually. I kind of bought them as I needed them, which I would definitely, recommend to anybody that's getting into it. Now, let's see. Oh, I missed one of your questions. For my day job, I I turn um, craft pens, so paint by numbers pen. Diamond painting pen is also what they're called. Yep. Yeah. And if you do hear a lathe in the background, that's actually my wife. She's sanding them right now. We got a pretty good thing going. Yeah. Let's see. I'm going to mute right quick. Yeah. Yeah. We built a business around it. It's going well. It has been for quite a few years too. Let's see. I'm gonna mute right quick, clean off my lathes with the vacuum, and then get set up for sanding. Alrighty. And yeah, I like the length of these. They're perfect. But something Easy Wood Tools would not like for me to tell you is that you don't have to use their carbide inserts for, especially at the rate that I go through them. I go through probably one carbide tip every probably two weeks or so. Yeah, probably something like that, 2 or 3 weeks. Um, and yeah, you could potentially sharpen them, but uh, uh, I've got a whole bunch of them that I suppose I could be sharpening. But I think they're like 15 or 20 bucks for a set of 10. So definitely one of those things that I didn't want to have to keep buying at the $20 price point per one. Yeah. Alrighty. So go there, go there. Just getting this set up. This banjo does not like to go towards the headstock. Going the other way, it's not as big of a deal, but it does not like going towards that headstock as much for sure. All right. Anyway, here we go. Pretty clean, pretty tidy here. All right. So I am going to put sanding stuff. Yeah. Okay. I need to go grab some more water right quick. Let's see. Tips are interchangeable. Could put the tips to a cheap handle. Oh, yeah. Yes. Sorry. The as a matter of fact, I have another set here. There we are. Okay. Here we are. So I've got these here, and this is basically a whole nother set that's, you know, no name brand or anything. Pretty cheap. And yeah, yeah, the tips will fit in there. You just got to make sure that you get the appropriate diameter. It's another one of those things that makes it so there's a good idea to have the calipers, you know, because you're measuring the diameter, or you're measuring the diameter of the carbide cutter here. And this one is a 12 millimeter round carbide cutter. And I'm pretty sure that I've got the same one in my other handle. Take a look right quick. 12 and yeah, these are the same. So these, oh, sorry, there we go. So these two are actually the same tip. But if Easy Wood Tools does have a good carbide, like I'm not shading, I'm not throwing any shade. They got great carbide, but just a little on the expensive side for my liking. But yeah, same size, 12 millimeter. And then obviously these are the different shapes here. The round and square. This is actually a, I don't know if you can see, but it's not perfectly it's not a perfectly flat square. It is actually slightly arched. So, and I hardly ever use it. So I get this one out for when I get my kids to come out and turn as well. Yeah, that's about it with that. I think that answered the question. Yeah, I'd say that you're going to get more consistent, sharp carbide with Easy Wood. Like all of them are going to always be very sharp out of the box. When you buy cheaper carbide, some of them are extremely sharp, and then some of them are not so sharp. Which, like I mentioned before, I try to dull them anyways, so I don't mind that. But other people might be a little different when it comes to things like that. Yeah. Get the kids going. No. Well, if they wanted a gift for, they're like, oh, can we give my teacher a pen? Yeah, absolutely. All you got to do is turn it yourself. So I'll bring them out and they'll get it all, get them all set up and get the face shield and everything. Uh, let's see. Let's see that. Ah, there we go. Oh yeah, for sure. Definitely makes them appreciate it a bit more. Uh, I will be right back. I'm just going to go fill this up with some water. Almost. There, I'll just use some of this. Right. Now, gotta go get some more water right quick. A little bit more. Okay. Go. Okay, yeah. I think I answered all the things there. Okay. Show you my sanding setup here. If you're interested, you want to see my sanding setup? We'll just go for it. So that'll work well enough. So here it is. What I've got is this from this 8-section setup. It's got obviously 8 sections we fill with water. We have 8 grits of sandpaper that we use here. I say we, I talk about my wife because she primarily sands, and she is also the one that fine-tuned this specific process. So this little part back here was kind of my input, as well as, you know, working to figure out all the different types of grits with her. So first things first, this is basically a cleaning bucket that I use. And then I also keep a coarse sandpaper in here. It's a 240 grit that's in here. And the reason I do that is because sometimes some of the pins that we have some high points that need to be taken care of, and then 1 through 8. So the grits are 240, 320, 400, 600, 800, 1000, 2000, and 2500. And then from there, we will move over to the Magic Juice, which is a 6-step polish. Now, you know, I love the product itself. I'm not sponsoring them or anything, and they don't sponsor me, but this has been giving us the best finish that we are very proud of when we're doing it. You know, you can give somebody the same entire setup, and until they put the reps in, they won't be as good. So it's a matter of repetition, getting those results that you want. And I also think that some people tend to move from thing to thing a little fast, not even giving themselves a chance to get decent with whatever it is that they're doing. So yeah, I guess that's my 2 cents on all of that, outside of, you know, our procedure here. Coarse sandpaper to get the high and low points balanced out, and then everything else. Then we also use shop towels. Shop towels are for the polish, and we rip them into each piece. We rip into 4 different pieces, and that's how we're able to polish 4 pins with one shop towel. And then the last thing, we used to use shop towels during wet sanding, but it seemed wasteful, and you know, it also cost a decent amount of money because shop towels are not cheap. So what we started doing is we got a big package of microfiber towels. I've got one here, and I also use them to cover my cameras when I'm not using them. So it helps to keep the dust away. But I also use them for sanding the pins and wiping off the slurry that builds up from sanding. And then I use the 4 corners so I can get 4 pins with 1 cloth, and then we actually take them inside and wash them and bring them out and do it again. So we've tried to, that's multiple iterations there that we finally got to. So that's about the setup we got for sanding. Yeah. All right, going back to wood lathe here. And looking at that Bauer lathe, I'm a little envious of that lathe. It's pretty nice. Um, did you happen to get the stand with it, or you build a bench or something for it? I know that I was glad that I went ahead and just bought um, the stand for the jet here. It, I think it was like 250 bucks, but it made it so I was able to get to turning sooner than later, which, you know, I was tired of figuring stuff out. I just wanted to get to it. Take the tool rest off. All right. I guess I'm not entirely done setting up for sanding. Got let's see. There we go. Super important to me is protecting your lathe. So I try not to get my lathe wet. It's not a big deal if you wipe it off, but I just try to avoid it in the first place, and then spot do it if I need to. All right. Mm-mm. Okay. All right. Cool. Yeah, that's good to know. I think if I were to actually go ahead and get that lathe, which I don't think I will for a while, but if I was, um, I'd probably not get the stand. I might look at the bench like you did. Okay. And this last little bit for sanding. Yeah, that's what I was looking at. I was trying to find the footprint measurement of the lathe itself, but uh, I honestly didn't look that hard, but it wasn't readily available. But I think it would fit this. And then over on my wife's lathe, she has the Turncrafter Commander, and I think we would probably just um, move my lathe over to hers and put the Bauer in my position. Um, but I do still think I would go for the Laguna. It's heavier, and I think it has 1 inch taller. The Bauer's 1420, I think. So I think. Oh man, that's a great idea. I I didn't think of that. I When I have gone to Harbor Freight and got equipment that was expensive, I was less than impressed. So I know some people use the central machinery lathe for like buffing and stuff, which is a great use for it, but it's not something I particularly liked. We did get that one before we got the Turncrafter Commander, and Bauer wasn't even out at the time. So it definitely looks like Harbor Freight stepping up their lathe game with that, uh, which is pretty awesome. Especially for all the people that are just now getting into turning. Turning is such a wonderful thing. I I really like it. It's also funny. Uh, 2020. Yeah, I mean the Jet is definitely quite a bit more expensive now. I think it's what, like $8.99 or something like that. I believe when I got it, it was about $6.99. Um, and it's also a older version too than what they even have now. So sanding wise, what I'm doing is I'm going crosswise, and I only do this with some of the coarser grits. Um, and the goal is to help get some of those deeper scratches out from when I was filing, or used my file rather. Yeah, I can definitely understand that, being a little standoffish about some of their stuff. But yeah, looking at the specs of that Bauer lathe, that's awesome. That's really awesome. Looks like a pretty good deal. It's got pretty good capabilities. I think its capabilities are actually on par with the Jet here, uh, having a 1 horsepower and then the speed range. This one goes. So I'm on the most open, most high speed um, setting here, and it is going 218 RPMs right now, and it goes up to 36. But I like it that I don't have to change the belt just to sand anywhere, go from turning to sanding, because that would be really frustrating. Um, I think that's one of the things that some people overlook when it comes to the lathe, is that they're like, oh, I only need it to spin one speed. And, yeah, I suppose. The central machinery now has 4 settings, because I looked at that one too, not because I wanted it, just because I was seeing if it had changed. And I'm pretty sure it only had 3 before, but now it's got 4 settings, which, you know, that's something, but it's not a variable speed. Oh, the other thing is that it's got a reverse, the Bauer does, and that's awesome. The only time I really used it was when I was threading. uh, kind of funny. Yeah, I could have just spun it the other way, but that's why I had a machine. Yeah. Yeah. Uh, where is it? Yeah. I think when we got my wife's, it was, oh, how much was it? Maybe 300. Oh yeah, looking nice. Let's see. Turner's Warehouse is the one that has the record power, isn't it? I think. I'm not sure. I'm not positive. But uh, I guess I am kind of superficial when it comes to the looks of some of the lathes. I saw a nice lathe that was from, what's the, it's not Woodcraft, but it's another brick and mortar store that's in quite a few places. Um, I don't remember where exactly it is, but they were selling a record power, uh, the yellow one. Uh, and I guess I'm shallow, but I didn't like it because of the way it looked. A little silly, sure, but if I have to stare at it all the time, uh, I would rather it not be yellow. I was even thinking about having to do a paint job on it or something like that, just so I wouldn't have to deal with the mustard splattered lathe. But if I could get one lathe, uh, I'd probably, I'd like to see a little bit more of the robust lathe. I'd like to see that in person and try to, experience it to an extent. Um, but those things are super, super expensive. I can't imagine people doing that unless it's like a retirement gift to themselves or they do it for a living, which, I guess I'm in that case, but uh, don't really, I definitely don't need a $10,000 lathe in order to accomplish that. Hey, no worries, no worries. I was just talking about how awesome it was, your lathe and um, the mustard color lathe. I think it's the Powermatic or Record Power. I don't remember, but it's yellow, and I would never want that one simply because it's yellow. I wouldn't want to have to stare at that forever. It would bother me. But and then the last thing I said, I think, was about if I could pick any one lathe, I'd have to test out robust lathes before I could actually make that determination. Because I'd like to experience it because it doesn't have a very good readout for RPM. So I'd like to be able to see that. Yeah. A CNC for 10K. Oh yeah. But there are just some things about it that I don't like, and but on the other hand, if it was your job and you were doing it all the time, Might as well. Um, love using what it is that you're using. What about the CNC lathe? If you're going to spend 10,000, you might as well get a CNC lathe. I can't argue with that one. Definitely can't argue with that one. And there's a good chance it would pay for itself pretty quick if you had a good plan for it. But as a hobbyist, yeah, it'd be a lot to figure out with a CNC lathe. I could think of some other things that I would rather spend $10,000 on as far as shop upgrades. Well, maybe not in this current workshop that I'm in. I say workshop, but it's a garage. But the goal is to actually have a house that has a detached workshop with power and be able to have people come over and turn. Yeah. I think it'd be really fun to have people over and have a big enough place for them to be able to also stay the night, because it would be a multiple day course that I'd put on. And then also having some fun. So it can't all just be business. Gotta have some laughs and some storytelling and hanging out, that kind of stuff. Or we could just have the rigid course, I guess. Anyway, that's a little on down the road, but there is some really cool houses near where I'm at that have that. So, the 15L is one of the ones that I have heard of. I think it's the slant 15L, which is pretty sick. But again, I'd have to figure all the how to set everything up and make it do what you wanted it to do, and talk about the different, or program the different tools rather, have them set up with everything all specific, which would be a nightmare. You need to take some time off in order to figure all that out. Yeah, I'd probably just determine that it would be better to have somebody from the company fly them out and have them teach you everything. So time to value ratio would probably be probably worth it, really, even if it was a few $1,000s to fly somebody out from the CNC company to get your machine rather up and running. I don't know. At least in my mind, it would make more sense to just do that instead of spending the months it would probably take in order to get it doing what you wanted it to. Bonfires and drinking, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, one of the places that I was looking at, well, my wife actually found it because we've talked about having a bigger workshop and stuff like that, um, and that is the goal, kind of the trajectory that we're hoping for. And because I do enjoy teaching and I like talking about things that, uh, well, like turning, I get pretty excited about turning. I just find it very therapeutic, and it's done some good stuff for me in general. But let's see, where's I going with that? Just want to share the passion for everything, and there's oh yeah, that's what I was saying. There's a couple houses that we've looked at, um, that has almost everything in order to make that happen. I think it's got like 50 acres of land, which it's wooded, and the house itself isn't like super massive, like ridiculous. Um, but the workshop is, I'm pretty sure, 1,500 to 2,000 square feet too. So it looks pretty awesome. They do that. Who does that? I haven't heard of it. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I just hadn't heard of it. Um, is a female turner, which I cannot remember her name. She's pretty well known in the wood turning and bowl making stuff. Um, Go ahead. Let's see. Yeah, I can't imagine that happening in California either. But uh, isn't there more? Isn't there some rural areas out in California? Oh, gotcha, gotcha. The manufacturer of the Tormach manufacturer. All right. Well, here is the first one we got here. So the material cleaned up really nicely. I think a critique on myself here is I could have made that shoulder. Um, I could have taken a little bit more off. So I am going to use that as a gauge moving forward. Take a measurement on it and then figure it out. Okay, so I'm going to need to take it down to 7. Yeah, I don't envy you as far as the housing price there. Um, Alrighty. A bit ago, I thought you were talking about when you said that they do that. I thought you were talking about um, somebody that's a turner has a like a, I guess, a turning camp, more for lack of better words, like a turning camp that they do what I was talking about. Which I wouldn't be surprised if they did by any means, because it's a pretty sweet idea. Uh, Geez, I can't believe I don't remember her name. Um, there's a female turner that is in South Carolina, and she puts on a course, and it's for turning bowls, and I'm pretty sure all wood, um, which, you know, it'd be awesome. And she does have a course from varying skill levels. I can't believe I don't remember her name. It's very frustrating. Makes me want to look it up. She just had a baby too. It's like good people. Yeah. I suppose some turning aspects can be really condensed into pretty short um, courses, but I'd want to wrap it into a whole experience as well and hang out with the people. Um, yeah. Take this down a little bit more. Well, this one's definitely weird looking. I don't know how much I like it, but it just means that it's not for me. The blank looks good though. Yeah, Weekend Warrior. Yeah, be cool. Where you don't have to worry about anything other than just travel, and then course costs, and then you're here, and then everything else is set up, laid out. You've got the lathes, and you've got the syllabus basically of instruction based on the skill level that you're at, and you know you listed a few things that you wanted to actually make. So yeah, I think that would be awesome. But I guess that's the other weird thing about it too is uh, it's kind of hard to figure out how many people would actually be interested in something like that, and then also having the the destination to host something like that. So there's a lot of other variables that I'm sure I hadn't even thought of at this point, but really cool. And yeah, I mean, a part of why I started streaming too is to, start finding like-minded people. Um, I mean, even if somebody, was only interested in the actual pens themselves, I'd still like to be able to offer some value or insight or whatever it is. But it's one of those, it's one of those things where uh, once you start learning more about whatever it is, the more you start realizing how little you know in that, and it's crazy. And so, a part of me sometimes thinks that, like, what are you talking about? You're not even qualified to do X, Y, or Z. You can't, you can't be doing that. And so, that was one of my big obstacles. I guess personal obstacles, but we made it. We made it over. Let's see how it goes. Uh, yeah, in the military, I was a instructor, and I used to teach combat medicine, um, land navigation, um, weapons, like yeah, weapons, and I was a part of air ops as a jumper. Yeah, so it's pretty awesome. Yeah, it's kind of crazy thinking of how somebody else would hear that. Yeah. Oh yeah, and um, yeah. Well, I mean, if you wanted to look up what my old job was, I was a pararescueman in the Air Force. Uh, Kind of a really small community that had a pretty specific skill set. I was a combat medic that had the National Registry emergency medical technician as a paramedic, EMT. Um, and then I was a scuba diver. Uh, I was only open circuit. I was a jumper, both static line and free fall jumper. Let's see. And then went through all different kinds of qualifications and continuation of training and all that stuff. So really cool. What's up, Shadow Work? How you doing, man? Working on some forever pencils today. yeah. So, shadow work, you were talking about, let's see, stylus. Having a pin that could be a stylus or a piece of resin that could be turned and inserting a stylus tip into it for graphics, graphic artists. Uh, well, this is more or less what I would do in order to accomplish that. Um, yeah. my lathe. Oh man, is it the knocking? Is it your joints? Sometimes it knocks. It's there's bearings. Let me get this put the rest of the way together here, and then I'll show you what it was that I've been working on today. Well, and last night actually. Kevin was there last night hanging out most of the time, really. Heck yeah. There we are. That'll work. All right. Let's see. Okay. So these are really small ones. We're going to be doing a couple that are a little bit longer. Oh, all right, there we are. So this is what we got right now. So it's got the graphite tip. What it looks like without, or out rather, is just this piece right here. And all I did was drill the hole and threaded it to make it so it would fit, and then cut a hole or drill the hole to fit the eraser as well, which is from a let's see, yeah, from a mechanical pencil. Yeah, these are looking cool. I like how these are turning out. Yeah, man, these are pretty cool. I've got quite a few of the tiny ones. It started off as a project that was going to just be for Evelyn, but nice. Started off as a project that was just going to be for Evelyn, but I found a whole bunch of other small blanks that I wanted to work on. So this is another one here. This is our stratified. You've seen these before. Yeah. I think I showed you those when you came over. Yeah. Then we got, so similar shapes to the last two that I did, or just showed. Now this green layer, I'm gonna have to do some CA glue in there, which is annoying, but we'll get to those probably a little later. Boom. Yeah, something like that. Alrighty, pretty good. Yeah. What were we talking about before? Having a turning camp. That would be pretty cool. And it, I don't know. I don't even know what you'd call it, but it'd be cool. I also couldn't imagine getting somebody proficient at turning a fountain pen in just 4 hours. Uh, there's a lot of steps to get, so I could probably, you know, teach the steps, uh, but not really. I don't think there would be enough time to get a depth of understanding why the steps are what they are and how the sequencing is. So, I guess that's the other part of why I think it would be pretty cool for multiple days. That, and there would be the potential to do a resin course, which you pretty much need 2 days in order to do something like that, because there's the cure phase that you need to factor in. So that's one of those things that kind of gets overlooked, I guess, when people are thinking about using resin stuff, is that there is an ideal cure time. So for Alumilite, the demold time is like after 4 to 6 hours, depending on the temperature. But it's, I'm pretty sure, still not all the way cured. And so we accelerate that, the post-cure. Um, yeah. And it's important to do that because it makes the resin harder. Uh, Not so hard like acrylic, but harder to where it won't bend. Because you could demold it, but there are just other considerations for it, especially if you're going to be using it to turn. I guess I'm getting build a pin like a Build-A-Bear. Have it be like a Build-A-Bear, huh? Yeah, I suppose. You choose the components, the hardware, the clips, the ink, the nib, or if you wanted a pencil, I suppose you can choose like the lead diameter that you go for. Yeah, man, that'd work. You've done a Build-A-Bear before, haven't you? Like actually gone to the Build-A-Bear and made one from start to finish. You don't have to answer. I won't judge you. I have. I've done it. The girls loved it. Uh, but that last little bit, I don't know what I'm going to do that's comparable to that when it comes to, putting the heart inside the bear. Oh, you have? Oh, are you a Star Wars fan? You a Star Wars fan, Kevin? Is that how you found me in the first place? Was my stream starting soon page? It's it was it was one of the free things on I think Stream Elements, the visuals. I got you. Certificate of completion. I like it. Be I actually have fired some brain cells on this whole idea of you know people um, being a part of the community that I intend to build. Uh, I was thinking something along the lines of being a part of the Mav crew, uh, but then I started thinking too much about are we going to get like leather jackets and patches? No, that's not. It's just funny. But yeah, the Mav crew and Maverick. I like the idea of Maverick because he's someone that kind of does their own thing, and I like the idea of that, and then sharing all that. That way, people can have the tools to be able to do, what they feel like doing. That's different. So I actually did get a little bit further than I was leading on initially. So I think it'd be pretty cool. It's a work in progress. So if you don't like it, that's all right too. Yeah, I was thinking, about having a Facebook group, but I don't know if I have the capacity to do that, to run that. But I don't know. It's something I'll have to, have some inner dialogues here, monologues. I don't know. I'll have to talk to a few people in my head there. Aircraft helmets. Ah, I like that. That'd be funny. Oh yeah, yeah. That's a good flick, or good few flicks, couple flicks. You were talking about Tom Cruise and Top Gun and the Maverick movie. I is kind of what I'm thinking. But we did talk about Star Wars, so we could be talking about that one. I'm pretty sure Maverick. Final answer. But yeah, I think Tom Cruise is a pretty cool fella. Um, I don't know if you saw any of like the making of one of the new Mission Impossibles where he's riding a motorcycle off of a ramp, off of a canyon, and then he detaches from the bike. Well, not detaches; he's not attached to it, but he lets go of the bike and then throws out his parachute. It just looks, not gonna lie, that type of stuff looks fun to me. Yeah, yeah. I thought they did a really good job with the movie Maverick too. I mean, obviously Top Gun's a classic, but I thought they did a really good job on Maverick too. The intensity was pretty awesome. Uh, they did a pretty good job making it pretty intense. Oh, that's awesome. He went out and got his pilot license? Really cool. I've actually been shoot. I was thinking about that too. I actually live next to or near um, a, a small airport, a type of airport that you would probably do your flight classes at. You know, it crosses my mind every time I take my kids to jujitsu because we drive right past it, and I'm like, you know, it would be really cool to get a darn pilot license. But but yeah, yeah, it is really cool that he does go all out like that. Certainly appreciate it. Uh, let's see. I think Keanu Reeves is another person that's very similar to that, where he spent a lot of time training for the John Wick movies. He did a lot of weapon handling with some of the various combatives people, learning different hand to hand combat and stuff like that. But yeah, really cool. So, Kevin, if you could meet just one of them, would you rather meet Tom Cruise or Keanu Reeves or hmm, I was going to say somebody that I really like. Johnny Depp was the other one, but we'll just leave it between Keanu Reeves and Tom Cruise. Who'd you rather meet? Maverick Shades. Yeah, he keeps his hands to himself. Well, I mean, I think a lot of people, and as of late, have been keeping their hands more and more to themselves. And it's, I think, of the whole fear of consequence of of it being misinterpreted. But that's just, I guess, my 2 cents. I won't go any further than that. But I'm not saying that anybody should be groping or anything by any means. But I think some things are interpreted differently depending on who. Keanu Reeves or Johnny? Yeah, it'd be tough. They're very different, but I think that they're both pretty pretty good characters. Uh, Not just characters like on the big screen, but like from what I've seen of their personal character traits, they seem to be pretty good, pretty good people. But obviously, I don't know them personally in any capacity. But just some of the things that I've seen, they just seem like they're pretty humble and uh, they appreciate the fans and stuff like that. So definitely appreciate those types of traits in extremely successful people. Yeah. Might have a little bit of louder noise here in just a second. My wife just poured some blanks, so the air compressor might turn on. So just giving you a warning that might have to turn the volume down for a second while it recharges. The compressor, that is. Oh yeah, Robert Downey. Robert Downey, he's interesting, and he comes from quite a different, well, from my understanding, quite a bit of different, I guess, way that he got into acting. And again, I guess everybody does have a very different avenue. Yeah, very cool. Hopefully it's not too loud, but it is the air compressor. Um, my wife just made a set of blanks. Oh, awesome. Well, that's really good. It means that it means I figured out a little bit about the noise limiter and the activation zone of the mic. It's really hard to figure some of that stuff out because you have to find somebody that is willing to suffer through that learning process there. Uh, but I guess I took the scenic route and whew, I would record it and then I'd play it through my headphones and see what it sounded like. And I'd do that over and over again with small inputs. Yeah, California Air Tools is the pressure pot that we use. We have two of them. We did the whole Harbor Freight pressure pot initially, um, and it worked, sort of, but it also killed our compressor. The reason I say it killed our compressor is because there was constantly a slow leak that I could never find, and so it caused um, the compressor to continuously turn on to keep the pot at pressure. So I suspect that it's what killed the first compressor that we got. And our compressor isn't huge. I think it's like a 5-gallon or something like that. But yeah, California Air Tool is the ideal route, I would say, when it comes to hobby slash small batch business size. Sure, there are much larger, like industrial air pressure uh, containers that you could get, but what we do is much smaller, so it has been perfect, and I would absolutely recommend the California Air Tool. But they are a little on the expensive side, so there is that. And, yeah, I guess there's another rabbit hole I could start going down, but we didn't even start. My wife didn't start casting initially when I first started turning, and so we were basically buying the blanks, and that got expensive kind of fast, and I didn't want to make them, but she was okay making them, and she really started enjoying it, and so it became a really key part of the whole operation that we've got going here now. There was a lot of learning, and the reason we got into blank making was because we were spending so much on blanks, and my other problem was that I was trying to be so careful not to break them that I wasn't actually getting good practice. So I was constantly worried about breaking them. So if I could share another piece of value, I would say, or suggestion or advice. There we go, advice. I would say that don't be afraid to break the blanks. It's going to happen. I mean, it still happens to me sometimes, and it's just the cost of learning how to do it. But yeah. And they're not super cheap, but it's just one of those things that you learn in something, you're going to mess up. If you're not failing, you're not trying hard enough in some cases. And I believe that. And you're also not learning if you're not failing. So at least at the same pace that you could be. I guess that's a significant portion of that. There is a ridge that you probably cannot see, but when I touch it, I can feel that there is a ridge between these two colors, this purple and orange and the black and red here. So that tells me that it was also not a great bond when it was made in the first place. Let's see. Mackenzie's setup. We do follow Mackenzie Pinworks, and keep an eye out on what it is that he's doing. He definitely dropped some valuable information. Some of the funniest ones, I think, are when he's talking about businesses and how some people run a business and I think it was specifically having to do with remitting your taxes and claiming the income and stuff like that. I think it was people complaining about what was it? People were complaining about the friends and family function, maybe in PayPal or something like that. And it's like, oh my goodness, come on, people! If you were running a business, you got to claim your income. But on the other side of it, you can also expense it if you got a business set up, and well, you should also have a tax person. I'm not legal advice. Don't take my advice as legal guidance. I'm not an attorney or lawyer. There's my disclaimer. But if you're not going to be good with money, you should hire somebody that is. uh, it comes up sometimes. It comes up. I've seen it a couple times where people are mad about the price of something, or they're mad that some company takes a cut of whatever it is, or something along those lines. And I can, you know, I can kind of empathize with people not liking that there is a company that's taken a cut of their money, but it's like, do you do your work for free? No? Well, then why should the company do their work for free? So I don't know. I'm in that camp when it comes to stuff like that. It's kind of weird when you think about it. But yeah, it's crazy some of the things. Like, I'm not sure if you got a finger on the pulse with Etsy. Oh, I'm glad I went to here. Got to switch mics. Sorry, switching mics. And hopefully it'll be a smooth transition. Come on. Okay, we good? Seamless transition? All right, I think we're good. It looks like the feedback I'm getting is all right. But it's kind of crazy, some of the things. Oh yeah, as far as Etsy goes, we sell on Etsy, and we do that because it's a marketplace. And the biggest thing about that is they remit the taxes. So they have a they send you a 1099 around tax time. So running a legit business, you'll have to figure out whether you want to do it on a marketplace, or you want to figure out the tax information for each place that you're at. So it was kind of a no-brainer because we were pretty new. Yeah, it was kind of a no-brainer to use a marketplace, and we didn't want to use. You actually can use Amazon, which is another marketplace that'll remit taxes and give you a 1099K. I think that's what the document's called, that you get at the end of the year from a marketplace. But, you know, as with anything, because they're providing that that service, they've already done all the stuff needed for that. you know, you're going to pay them something for it, like, and so it's a portion of each transaction that some people get super chapped about, which I don't get. It's like they're doing stuff, and Etsy also can drive traffic to your shop. I don't know. If you're able to drive your own traffic, then maybe Shopify's good, but still you'll have to deal with the whole tax aspect, because it is also not a marketplace in the same way where it's going to remit taxes for each state and give you a 1099. That's all on you at that point. Let's see. Ever looked into natural organic resins like tree amber? You know, it actually crossed my mind. I was looking at fossils. Because Stella, my youngest daughter, loves dinosaurs. And I was thinking, you know, it would be cool and fun doing a video on turning, like, you know, a rock, not a rock, but like amber with like a mosquito or something inside into something. Like it's all rough looking, and it looks like just a rock, and to see how that turned. So that's about the extent of organic or natural resins I've looked at. Other than that, the other thing I was looking at is recycled plastic. And there is a place here that makes furniture from like the milk carton lids and stuff like that. And then there's a couple brothers that actually turned that whole thing into their life's work, using the plastics, the recycled plastics. And they make pins, they make furniture, they make furniture, I mean like a bench. So they basically have a big machine that they do like 2x4s, and then they make like a bench or something. So that's about the extent of that I have looked at. But I've actually also thought about going over there, because I bet they would sell me some of those pieces. Like if they had a 2x4, I could be able to cut that into a bunch of pieces and then be able to make pin blanks out of it. But if it's not done correctly, then you're going to end up with air in between some of the plastics if they're not heated up enough. So that is one of the problems with it, is that in order to have the plastic look cool, you want to keep the colors separate. You don't really want to blend all the different plastic colors together necessarily. It wouldn't look as cool. So if you have it too hot, it'll all melt together. But if you don't have it hot enough, then you won't be able to compress everything hard enough in order to get all the air bubbles out. So with that, you also need an air escape. And there's also that whole problem. You need enough for air to escape, enough of an opening for air to escape, but not the liquid part to escape, or the liquid, the whatever, I think it's more of like a plasma consistency, or like a gel kind of consistency at that point. Not a gel, but yeah. Yeah, man, that's about it as far as I thought about that. I did weigh pros and cons, and I tried to figure it out whether it would be good or not. And yeah, I think it could be pretty interesting to do, but you don't have a lot of customization with it, and that's one of the big things about it. Yeah, so now we have a full size. I think the 4-inch blank here is the ideal size for a pencil. It's not too big, not too small. Um, for 4-inch blank, that is. The blank itself is 4 inches, and then it adds about a 1/2 inch between the tip and the eraser that's sticking out. So it makes it overall about 5 inches. My ruler here. 5 by 5. Let's see. Where are we at? It is 4 3/4, just over 4 3/4. Yeah. You can't even see the numbers, but it's 4 3/4, and that's what it is now, which I think is good size, about 5 inches. My fountain pens, when I make the fountain pens, they're typically 5.5 inches. I think that's a good size, and it's also a good size if you wanted to make it postable as well, as long as you're doing it to where the cap sinks down onto the barrel of the pen. Other than that, I think you should make the pen shorter if you're going to make it thread into the back when you're posting it. But yeah. Yeah. I guess that's a lot of words to say. Yes, I've looked at resins, different types. All right. So this is the particular spot that I find to be weird, because I'm talking and I'm sanding and polishing, but it also almost kind of seems weird that I don't have another camera like in front of me, but because my lathe is against the wall, it'd be like right up in my face. So I don't think that would be a good thing. But it's also kind of weird just staring at what it is that I'm sanding. But it would also be weird to be staring at my posterior here if I use this camera as well. So I'm going to take a look here, see if this camera would be potentially a good one. And it might be. All right, I'm checking out a different angle potentially for doubling cams here. Okay, now let me see, where am I? I'm in overcam 2, okay. Let's go ahead and add, where do I want to put it? Actually, that one, I appreciate it. Yeah, I think it'd be a pretty cool idea. It's a pretty expensive thing to find something that's of decent size and then doing that with it. So definitely something to be said about that. let's see. Let's do a little of this, that. And then we'll rotate this. Pivot that. Dang it. Okay. All right. Well, this is getting closer to being something I can work with here. So I know you can't see what I'm doing, but I'm trying to get another camera set up, or my metal lathe camera that's pointing from where it was. And I'm trying to get it. Which one is it? Okay. Not that one. We are going to change you to you. Whoops. Sorry. That didn't work. I need to add a different one. Okay. I think that'll be all right. Let me know what you think. That's something, hey? Yeah. All right, let's see what that looks like with me over there. I think I need to face it a little bit less towards the wall. All right, bro. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good one. Okay, good. We are almost there. All right, I'm actually going to switch this. That way I don't keep jiggling the whole thing. Oh my goodness. Okay. I think that's a little better. Bum, 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 bum. There we go. I think that's a little bit better of a view. Probably could zoom it, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. Yeah, that was pretty good. We will run with it for now. Alrighty. Boop. Awesome. 600. Just under 7. Don't know if I mentioned it before, but I'm sanding at about 700 RPM here. I find that to be a ideal speed because you don't want to be spinning it so fast that things will be wobbly or anything like that. I know that we're between centers, but if you clamp it too tight, it can cause a little bit of a bow in the blank itself. And then the other aspect of that is you're trying to get everything nice and uniform, smooth, and if you're spinning too fast, it just won't work very well. But it is good for polishing and buffing to have it going at a much more significant speed. When we polish, I am at about 22 to 2500 RPM. That's good enough. Alrighty. Yeah, I don't know if I like the angle of that camera. Because every time I look at the chat, I am also able to look back at the what everybody else is seeing. So it's sometimes a little annoying because I don't actually look at the camera very often. It's also very far away seeming, even though it's only about 4 feet away, maybe. So I think the biggest thing would be to make the best I can right now and then be able to have a little bit more room in the workshop that I don't have yet in the future. Should be pretty cool. I'll have to play with that later. The camera position. I have to play with the camera position later. Just cruising right along. I know what you're laughing at. That's why I had to emphasize what I was talking about. We're almost ready for this one to be polished. Whoops. Yeah. Perfect. Come on now. Here we are. So for the magic juice, you only use a pretty small amount, really, because if you use too much, then it will take a long time for it to buff, as well as go all into the paper towel. And that's just not as cool, because you a little bit of waste, a little bit of extra time. So it's not perfectly optimized, but happens. Especially with some of them, the different pastes. Also, I should bump the camera. Also, I should mention that I'm being pretty brief on the outer portions of this, because obviously the the blank or the pen itself is spinning pretty fast. So I'm trying to make sure that I'm moving because it's going to heat up, build up quite a bit of friction, and then what happens when you build up the friction is it makes some of the resin relax, and that could cause the holes that you have in place to expand, which we don't want that to happen. But it's not the end of the world if it does. I actually had this exact thing happen with a section that I made. I had pushed the live center too far into the end of the section, and so it expanded that part, and it wasn't threading like it was supposed to. And so I fixed it by getting a paper towel, and then getting some paste on it, and then I spun it really fast. And what I was doing is I was actually giving it pressure as well. So I was purposefully heating it up and then pinching it back into the shape it was supposed to be. And that resolved my problem. It doesn't work as well the other direction, but it certainly could work. So that works with some resins, but not all of them. Well, I haven't tried all of them, so I suppose it could work with all the resins. If it's hollow. So I guess that's another consideration there. It should be hollow for you to do that. And that's also why it gets hot fast in the first place. Man, cruising right through here. It's also the other good thing about microfiber is that it's good for cleaning off your glasses. It's good for cleaning off the blank, so you can get your fingerprints off of it. But yeah, here's that one. So very simple. It will definitely want to run away from you. But there are a couple things that you could do, which, thinking about it, you could use something as simple as a screw that sticks out a little bit. I might even have some, and that would act as a roll stop, which would be pretty cool. Let's see. There we go. There's some. I could also find some decorative screws. But that would be pretty cool. You just basically pin it down, drill a hole in it, and then you could do a little drop of glue in there. suppose you could even take something like an earring, and that's what I've used as well as a roll stop. I've used earrings. Uh, I've used that logo piece that I showed before with my logo on it. This. So this makes it so it won't roll because it's got a little bit of height to it. So that acts as the stopper, and then it's also weighted. So when your cap is just there, it will stop. It'll just rest on that. Suppose those are a couple things to do. You could also put a clip on, but as I showed on, the ones that are this size, a clip will not be a good idea unless it was a tiny clip, because you have to factor in the depth that the eraser is going in if you ever wanted to try it on your own. There's just some considerations I've thought of so far. All right, so for this one, I am going to get a rough sanding done on it, and then see how the green layer feels here. So I think I might have to. I think I'm going to have to do some thin CA on that spot, which isn't that big of a deal. It'll be okay. Go ahead and get the end of that. Alrighty. I'm going to take off some more of the eraser side here. I'm going to hit it with a folded piece of sandpaper, knock off the corner. There we go. That's good. So there's another spot right here that I'm going to have to sand pretty hard. Let's go under here. That looks small. I've got to try and level that part out. It is just not level right now. I thought I hit it with the file well enough, but I did not. Almost there. Just a little bit. Alrighty. Oh yeah, that's nice. That's where we want it. That's where we want it. All right, let's take a look quick, see if we need to actually. Okay. Feels fine. I think I sanded it far down enough to where that will be no factor. That's what we like to see. All right. Nice. Halfway there with the sanding. Now, does this look like something that anybody would be interested in? That they would use on the daily or carry maybe in their pocket or in their notebook or something like that? Maybe not this particular size or shape, but the forever pencil. I know my kids would, but my kids are also not somebody that would watch what I'm doing right now. Willingly, at least. I think it definitely has a specific kind of uh, element to it that is not for everyone, but I don't know. I've made some weird stuff before, and somebody else was interested in it. It was actually supposed to be a joke, so um, it's hard to tell what people would actually be interested in sometimes. So somebody's I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but that seems like everybody gets a trophy response. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Yeah, there's uh I I made a pen that basically had a I drilled a hole that was large enough for somebody to fit their finger inside, and basically it was a way for them to use the writing utensil with their finger. And there was somebody that was genuinely interested in purchasing it, and I was kind of shocked because it was supposed to be an April Fool's that I was coming out with a new style of pen, and that's what it was going to be. But and then it was going to be a collect all 10 for all of your fingers. So, but I couldn't take that joke any further because people were actually interested in purchasing it. So, so that happened. reevaluate this green section again. I can feel it. I feel that it's raising up. So this is an unusual situation, but it's one of those that you've got to adapt and overcome. So I think what I'm going to do is actually maybe cut a little bit deeper in it, and then see if I can fill it with glue. And that way it won't be a factor anymore. And it won't really change the appearance of it because it'll be pretty shallow. You can actually see it now. It's so weird. It's annoying that it popped up like that. So weird. Well, not ideal right there, but it happened. Sketchbook. Yeah. It was no kidding, something that was about 1.5 inches long, and I mean, I couldn't fit it on my finger because I got a bump there, but it would fit on an index finger, and it was rigid. It wasn't tapered, or it wasn't gradual. It wasn't padded or anything like that. It just, it just kind of was drilled in there. And somebody was interested in it, which it says a lot about what people will purchase. So I am pretty grateful, I guess. I'm glad. Definitely glad. I definitely haven't seen it anywhere else when I made it. So I've seen things that are, I guess a little similar to, but not as a writing instrument. So, all right. So doing this, we're actually, let's see. Dang it. All right, so that's what we're going to do. We're going to get this, put the tool rest in. Actually, we're going to use the other tool rest maybe here. Wipe this off. This is a mess. All right. I'm going to use this. All we're going to do is just a quick little bit here. All right, you don't want to go any closer. Fine. What we're going to do is we're going to get this turning. We're going to do, all right, maximum overhang. Very gentle, so it's not going to be that big of a deal. But I want to kind of open up this little bit right here and get rid of some of that. All right. See what that looks like. There is a pocket right there. It must have been the origin of the problem. We'll use our finer tool here. It's a little sharper. So, not ideal. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's say that looks okay enough here. And then we'll drop that back. All right, so this one's going to be a nice little extra step that we're going to get some thin first. Alrighty. All right, we're going to use some thin CA. And we're going to just do a simple base layer first. Let's see. With some water. Just going for this green layer here. Okay. I'm just going to give her a spin right quick. The goal is to do a base layer of thin on the green section here, and that's hopefully going to seal any problem that we were experiencing before. And then once we do that, we're going to wait for it to cure, which should be pretty quick, and I've got some activator. And then the next thing will be to use the thick or medium. We'll see how the thick goes first, and we're going to use that to basically fill the void here. So here, there we go. Okay, that's pretty good. So don't have to be super clean necessarily. It's just going right there. And I'm just going to wipe it off just a little bit. Perfect. So I definitely don't want to turn the lathe on and have this fling at me. So I'm just going to keep spinning it initially. And it should dry pretty soon. Thin likes to dry pretty quickly. Especially on your fingers. All right, so we're going to hit it with some. There we go. All right, so now that we have a activator layer on it, it should make the next one also fast. We'll see, is it wet? Take a close look at it, make sure. My big head in the way here. And it looks like it is dry, cool. So that's the first layer that we're just going to do like that. And then the next thing is, I'm going to try thick. So we're just trying to fill in the, just trying to elevate that channel right there. Is this excessive? Yeah, probably. I could have just tossed the blank, really. But we've already come this far, and it's good stuff. Good stuff to share, I guess. Okay. Well, if your CA happens to crust up like that, I suggest getting a paper towel and then pliers and squishing it. That way you can break it free. there we are. Oh, a little lower. It should break off that outer crust. There we go. Okay. Now let's reshape it a little bit here. Okay, and the last thing we're going to do, see if that worked. Okay. Okay, cool. Worked. There we go. All right. At this point, it's okay that it goes a little further out. That's what we'd rather have than not far out enough. Try to level it out just a little bit. Here we go. Probably going to have to do a few layers like this and turn the lathe all the way down, and then I'm going to cover it and see if that is slow enough. Oh yeah, perfect. Yet another reason why it is awesome to have a variable speed that has the ability to go this slow. Come on now. Just going to keep it spinning that way it doesn't pull on the bottom. We want gravity to work with this. So ready. Hit it with some activator. Oh, there we go. Okay, it's dry, and I can still feel that we're not there quite yet. But we're getting there. I am going to use some medium to finish this part off. It feels a little rough. I don't like that. Okay. Medium's good. Towel. Nice and dry. And just a little bit here. Nice. Give that a second here. Hit it again. Some activator. See if it's wet. are dry. All right, let's see how we're doing. Okay. Awesome. And then we're going to use one more of thin, just to try and fill the rest of the little voids if there are any, which I didn't feel any, but just to make sure. Awesome. Alrighty. I don't know if I'm going to do the other one like this or not. I might just try throwing CA just on top of it without creating a channel. See how that goes. Okay. See, we wet. Okay, good. Awesome. So, looks like we've looks like I may have sprayed the activator a little too soon on one of the layers. It's hard to tell, but might have. I don't know. Kind of has a appearance of some air bubbles. That's okay. It's all right. This one's not going any further than the house anyways, so. But we've come this far. Sand the rest as normal and treat that CA layer as if it were a regular resin portion. But in a lot of cases, the CA will be a little bit harder. So that is a consideration. So the other resin around it, or the wood for that matter, around CA, if you're sanding, could sand away faster than that CA could, if that makes sense. Still feel just a little bit of a bulge there. So I'm using a 240 right now. Try and smooth it out. And almost there. Oh, almost there. Nice. Let's take a look at it. See where how that spot's looking. I guess the real test will be when I heat it up when I am polishing it. Yeah, looks like. Yeah, it looks like some of the CA bubbled just a tiny little bit. And the reason the blank sometimes stops is because I'm applying too much pressure with the sandpaper. And not only that, I left the dead center, live center relatively loose because I don't want to bore out the holes and make them flare out like bell bottoms. So trying to keep these ends as intended in the first place. Also, I don't think I mentioned, but I have been using the same sandpapers the whole time. I just make sure that I clean all the slurry off every time in the larger bucket before putting it back into its individual section. And as long as you're maintaining that and you have decent quality sandpaper, then it should last you a decent little bit. I've sanded, I think, 21 different things before on just one set of sandpapers. So they can go a long way as long as you're doing the little bit of, I guess, maintenance in order to make sure that it is cleaned off and not clogging up the paper or the grits of the paper. All right, we are in the home stretch here for this one. So let's take a look. Let's dry it off. Take a look. I can see where I cut just a little bit. And then I can also see, looks like bubbles, but you know, it is what it is, and that's what it's going to end up being this time. If I wanted to fix that, I would just put the tool rest back on and clear it out and restart that little bit. But just be setting this one to the side anyways. I think I do favor this shape over the other one for sure too. The other one ended up not, well, I guess how I intended it just doesn't look that appealing, I guess. That's all right. Well, like I mentioned before, the green shouldn't be protruding at all, and it still feels smooth. And what caused this in the first place is, I think, the layer itself didn't cure correctly in between, which is not the end of the world, but it just requires a little bit of a different element of taking care of it in order to remedy this particular blank. Okay. All right, gibber, gibber. Okay, let's put it all together. There. That's what I was talking about when you push a little too hard with the live center, dead center. You might have to get the old tap and die here, or just the tap rather, and chase the threads and clean them up a bit. There we go. And since it's already been done, it's pretty simple to get it taken care of here. Ooh, yeah, well, another reason why this one isn't going to be going any further. Not a fan. I left it a little too thick on the outside. But that's all right. It is okay. If you happen to look at the item list that I was using, this is the large pack of pencils that I got that I took pieces apart. And the reason I got this particular one is because it comes with 6, 12, and then plus another 6. It comes with 18 erasers, which is pretty awesome. So I just leave these 6 pencils as is. I just take them apart and then repurpose them into something else. But it's got the erasers, which is pretty awesome. Otherwise, I would be using the tiny erasers, which are from a zebra pencil. And go to the other camera here. So this is the zebra pencil, and it's tiny. So I would only really use that. I'd only really use that if I was going to be putting an end cap on it, but I am not doing that for this particular pencil. I am putting that one on. The eraser needs to go down there. There. Boom. Cool. There's that green layer. So you can kind of see the bubble in that green layer right there. And then, is it anywhere else? And then kind of the streak right there. Although it does kind of look like a, I don't know, more like a metallic-y glitter streak, which doesn't look terrible, but still not something that I would sell. So here in just a second, I'll grab all the others that I've gotten. Made. Just don't know about that one. And this one is not looking all that great. I don't want to spend a lot of time with that one. But here are all the other ones that we did. We've got 2 microstratified, 2 I don't know what you'd call them. Medium? Yeah, medium, regular. I mean, they're a little smaller, but here we are. We got these. This is the fruit of today's labors. So some notes to myself is trimming down the shoulder just a little bit more. Let's see, we use a knife here so I can point. I'm pointing at the shoulder here. I left it a little on the larger side initially because I wanted to make sure that it was going to be sturdy enough for when somebody is writing with it and pressing down, and that the threads aren't going to slip or anything like that, or the actual tip itself isn't going to cant inside the hole here. And then all these erasers are comparable to the Write in the Rain eraser refills. I will say that if you do just buy the erasers, you should probably look at it very carefully and make sure that you're not just getting one of the plastic pieces and then 6 of the rubber eraser parts. You want to make sure that you're getting 6 of the plastic parts with the eraser inside it. I did see that as an option, and I don't know if they were being deceitful, but it was trickery. So if you weren't careful, you could have missed that. But here's the collection of forever pencils that I made. So I definitely think that this is a cool project that my kids will like for sure. They'll probably go for the small ones. And then a couple other modifications I was thinking about is drilling a hole here and then putting a roll stop, at least for the small ones. I've got a Dremel drill press that I could do that with. Obviously, you don't need a Dremel drill press to do that. You could just freehand it. But yeah. And then for this larger size, I could put a clip on it or a roll stop. But yeah, I don't think I will end up doing that for this particular set. But that's what we did for today. There's a couple more that I was going to do, but I really didn't like the way that one looked. Because it was cut from a square, I didn't like the big pink spot here. So I basically just kind of put it to the side and use it as a tester. So awesome. It is a pretty cool project, fun project. They're pretty simple. I definitely made them take longer than they needed to, but you know, if I was just nose to the grindstone, it would probably take me, to make one, it would probably take me, I don't know, maybe 15 minutes or so. But I made 4, 6, 7. I made 7. So Anyway, pretty excited about those. Sharing them and whatnot. As far as my socials, I don't have a Facebook quite yet. Yeah, just a minute or so. Yeah, and I certainly appreciate it. It makes it, you know, a much nicer time as well, having somebody hang out with you, and you know, just sitting there talking to yourself like a crazy person. But yeah, um, let's see. Oh, glad I could help. Hope it was useful. Useful, definitely. Uh, uh, and then the unsolicited advice is about the round carbide and um, what was it? Yeah, they're just the round carbide, really. But yeah, it was a good time, a good long stream. Wow, that is a long stream. Didn't feel like that long. I had fun, enjoyed it. But I am going to go ahead and call it for today. And today is Thursday. Yeah, I'll probably be on again tomorrow, working on some more inventory for the fountain pen shows that I've got coming up. Yes. And once I get that batch done, then I think I'm going to actually set up a stream where I am just doing one fountain pen from start to finish. That way, uh, it can just, you know, all be consolidated, and it won't be just like 10 sections and 10 bodies and 10 caps and stuff. But yeah, that'll be the goal moving forward. Yeah. No, not all your work day, man. Still got a little bit more time. I got to go get ready for my daughter's graduation from elementary school. She's going to be starting middle school next year, so she's got her little graduation going on. So I got to go get ready for that too. And I hope that you have a great day as well. And thank you so much for hanging out with me. I'm going to go ahead and end it there. Oh, good. I'm glad you're off. Yeah. So I will see you around, sir. Thanks again for hanging out, and see you next time.